Hello Gemini, welcome to your reading for your season. Happy birthday to all of you. I hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you are in the world. We're going to pull some cards for you and see where you're at. Gemini. Right away, that was a very instantaneous card pull with fire representing passion. Some of you could be working with fire. You know, as I was getting ready to do this reading, I knew I was doing your reading first. I was setting up my candles and I said, oh, it's about to get warm in here. Your season brings the warmth. It brings in the eclipse. It's sowing season. It's time to... Things are in progress in Gemini season, right? I guess Taurus is more the sowing season and we start to see the sprouts. We start to see things taking form. And by the time we get into your season, into your energy, things are moving and there's a buzz in the air. The bugs are alive. The flowers are alive. It's a really buzzy, active time of year. Things are coming to a close as well. You know, by the end of your season, a lot of people finishing school, people planning vacations. So your season also brings a bit of relief. I'm speaking about the collective here, but I just want to express that as a gratitude that I feel for Gemini season and thinking about your energy and what it represents. So there's a buzz. And of course, being the third house, you symbolize communications and technology and how we connect, how we listen, how we respond, how we understand, how we get our messages across, and with whom we are close. So a very passionate month ahead, perhaps. Something is really lighting your fire, activating, right, life. In the element of fire, it's also about becoming. So this magic of embodiment and becoming. And because it is your solar return, it's just so much about you. And it might sound very simple to say or simple to hear, but have you felt disconnected from self? And is this the time when you remember something you were passionate for? You're able to become engaged with something again. Life is back and it's here, it's alive, it's blazing, it's hot, and it can't be stunted, it can't be smothered, it's here. So you're making a roar. This is also a very peak time for mating season. Talking about passion, again, with that buzz in the air, there's so many old songs from, the golden era of Hollywood and even before that into the 20s, like the ragtime era, but the magical full moon in June. And your season, the full moon in Sagittarius, it's very adventurous, it's connective, it's curious, and it just feels like the whole world is open. So, yep, romantic partner. So there you go. So I had a feeling, I was like, wait a minute, I think this passion is about a particular person. Okay, wow. They could be an Aquarius, or they could be somebody, I don't know, there's something about this energy that makes you want to be your best, do your best, show off a little bit, but also be kind. There's something about this partner, this passion that is activating your heart. And with that opening, there's a willingness to kind of look at others and look at what's around you and be a positive force, be a positive beam of light that either attracts people, inspires people, ignites their own little spark, right? So there's something really beautiful happening here. Whoever this person is in your life, there's a significant person right now in your season. And for a lot of you, again, it is romantic partner. Either you're attracting one or you're with one. They inspire you to be their best. There's a lot of honesty here. It feels like you've purged a lot. You're ready to come closer. You're ready to get closer to the warmth, right? Fire, and then the star. You're going toward it. You're very attracted to something like a moth to a flame. It's very much that attraction, the willingness, the readiness to go toward the warmth, to go toward the flame, and to allow yourself to be warmed by this connection. It's about what's good for all. And You could also be just experiencing this month where, I don't know if a lot of you are performers, if you're doing events, but you seem to be in the spotlight somehow. And that spotlight is what could be attracting this person to you. You're really able to show your gifts and show your skills and do something good that is helping. But it puts you in the spotlight somehow. You're in the spotlight this month. I mean, it's your birthday. It's like I feel ready to, I feel like I'm okay to talk about certain things. I feel open. You can communicate openly with this person. The conversation is really what, it's just like it keeps going into the morning hours. It's, you don't stop talking. You're discovering things about each other. You're talking about your hopes. You're talking about what your purpose is. You're talking about how you can be that light for the world. And when you can talk about that with a partner, that is a beautiful connection because you can speak your heart's desire. Tell me a little bit more. Yeah, so much about Aquarian energy, communication. This could take you all the way into the full moon in Aquarius, perhaps in Leo season, or this person is maybe born around that time, or just the energy of like doing what's best for someone else. Also for yourself. I think I'm getting a bit of a boundary setting here. Setting something free, talking about it, also clearing the air, putting a lot in the past, making space between the past and yourself. Just breathing room. You might also be looking for this in your day-to-day life. You might be looking for breathing room. Now, the Queen of Swords could mean that you have to say goodbye to something, but it's because you've spent enough time thinking about it and going over everything logically. You've thought this through. You've looked at the pros and cons, and now it's time to clear the air. So there is a big conversation. There's a lot of honesty. I'm hearing perhaps brutal honesty, but you've got to speak how you feel. And with that star, it feels like a total detox. It feels like you're really letting something off here. And perhaps there's someone else that comes back, comes home, comes into the picture, and they seem to be a bit of a brighter light than what you were dealing with. Or maybe, I don't know if you were seeing someone and you meet someone else. You do have to be careful about like the grass is greener mentality, just looking at the next shiny thing and picking it up because you haven't discovered it yet. Your curious mind wants to learn everything about it. That's, I've learned everything I can about you, so I'm going to move on over here. What's this shiny thing that just walked in? So you do have to be mindful of that. But there seems to be a lot of passion and a lot of clearing the air and a lot of like blowing. I'm getting that here he's blowing fire, and the Queen of Swords too. It's like making that space, setting that, not a rule. What am I trying to say? You're laying down some guidelines. You're putting everything out on the table and clearing a lot of the past. You're clearing the brush, clearing the weeds out, and really laying down. Maybe this is also just your space to spending time by the pond or setting up a beautiful picnic area, clearing out brush so that you don't attract mosquitoes, like really setting up a romantic space where you can just relax and be together. And you don't have to worry about the elements, even though you are out of doors in the buzzing season. Something that's been growing, something that's been gestating, let's say, in your mind, it's been in the ethers. This is where it starts to become real. Something that you've talked about, thought about, wanted, dreamed about, fantasized about, it is becoming real. And there's a lot of sensuality this season for you. There's a lot of just embodiment, feeling good in your body, and seeing the body as a blessing, everything that the body can do for you. A lot of pleasure, a lot of enjoyment. You've also got Knight of Wands and Six of Cups. So I do feel something about travel, passion, maybe some hot little quick in and outs with somebody that you used to know, maybe an old friend. I'm seeing travel though, travel to the old house, travel to perhaps visit an old friend, connect with somebody. There's a lot of help here and a lot of purpose. Knight of Wands is not just about in and out. He's not just about like impulsivity. He's also a superhero sometimes. And I see that with this Six of Wands as well. You've got a bit of a superhero happening here. There's, you know, I'm getting up and I'm excited to get out of bed. I've got this purpose. I'm working on art, or I've got this story that I'm writing, or a course that I'm teaching. There's something that you're creating. Again, it's seeing that reality that you've dreamed about. You're putting it now. You're like weaving it into reality, like a spider weaving a web. And that Knight of Wands is that excitement you feel. You're very excited, and it's something you're going to give to others or share with others. And it's kind of funny because even though it lights you up so much, this is more like, you know, getting away from the romantic partner stuff for a minute. Even though it lights you up so much and you feel so passionate for it, like it gets you out of bed and you're like all fired up in the morning. By the time you give that to another person, they don't feel that same spark or passion or like exact purpose behind it, but they are on the receiving end. So it's like I am feeling a teacher energy. So let's just use that as a metaphor perhaps for you. Like teachers have a sense of purpose. They wake up every day with that sense of purpose, and they go in and they do the work, and they put all this work and time into like lesson planning and marking. And teachers become teachers because they love to see the individual and learn about individuals and help them grow according to what their individual propensities are. So teachers have that passion and that purpose, but then the kids on the receiving end of it are like, okay, I'm learning, or, you know, you touch the occasional mind or heart, like, okay, that teacher really, I remember them. They inspired me so much. They helped me get through a tough time, or they just were like such a light in my life. And so it's like what you're creating, you're kind of hoping that it will be received by all, and you're going into it with the intention that it will be reached by all. But it may just be a select few that really get that beautiful, like, that reciprocate or acknowledge how much it meant to them. So just be mindful of that you come into this with all the passion, but by the time you get to teaching that lesson, you're waking up early and you're like, oh, groggy, got to go to school. Okay. You get there and you teach the class, and like maybe, you know, you still feel the passion, but the initial spark may not be quite what it was when you came up with the idea. But now the execution time, it's more about getting down to like the action of it. There's the flame, there's a spark that just carries all the way through this reading, and it's so beautiful. It's like I just keep seeing like a glistening spider web. What can I look forward to? Gemini, what can I look forward to? Okay, Ace of Cups and Page of Swords. So you can look forward to some truth coming out. Something that's been building, perhaps pressure-wise. It's time to be honest. It's time to get it all on the table. There's a blessing here. You could be studying some kind of spirituality. You might be learning something about a young person or somebody who might be vulnerable, who doesn't feel safe or like that they can rely on anything or trust. And then there's this beautiful, like, saving grace. This beautiful saving grace. Now, there is, I will say, your passion can also be like lighting up. There's something that maybe has enraged you. Passion is not just about sexual chemistry or sense of purpose. Sometimes we feel passion when our blood is hot, right? Like when we are hot-blooded, we are passionate. So you might need to really clear the air. Like I said, Queen of Swords, having perhaps some difficult conversations, maybe distancing yourself from something that has been weighing on your mind, has been really pressurized, building pressure, it's weighing on you, but you don't really know how to express it or how to say it. You're figuring that out. So that's what you're looking forward to. You can look forward to is like this notion that you have a way to communicate it, express it, and do that quite effectively, and also maintain your abundance, maintain your comfort and your connections as you go forward. Like you're ready to move forward, and you're not going to let that heavy Ace of Cups weigh on you. Sometimes that card, that Ace of Cups, is heavy. It's a blessing in disguise. you know, it's very much about the heart, what's in the center of us, and sometimes it's a pressure that builds and we have to let off some steam. Something is just unignorable, and, you know, it takes us to a place of gratitude, because in that moment, no matter what is going on, there's always something that we are grateful for. And it could I feel like there's a lot of this is gratitude for the impact that someone has had on your life. Let's get one more. Okay. One more card, 2 more, sure. Six of Swords and the Fool. Lot of moving on, freedom. You know, I'm unchanged by this, or it's time to change and become something entirely new. And maybe moving on, maybe if somebody is not open to having that conversation, or you think you're getting somewhere and then they just, you know, whatever it is, you will be okay. You will be ready to move forward. Now, I do see a new start here, feeling refreshed. That weight of that Ace of Cups off your shoulders, totally free. Healing conversations, forgiveness, moving past certain things, letting water go under the bridge, as they say, just letting it flow, and, you know, moving away from a bit of conflict that we've seen here, where tensions have been building. Tensions do kind of build around that Sagittarius full moon, don't they? We become quite impassioned around that moon, that juicy strawberry moon. So use it in a positive way. Use it for art, use it for sexuality, use it for an idea that will help yourself or someone else, or other people. And, you know, there will be this opportunity to also express, but don't waste all of this potential on this something that's kind of building up, because there will be a release. There will be this moving away from that conflict and uncertainty and mistrust, to new shores, feeling refreshed. A lot of you could be moving, a lot of you changing residence, moving back to, or going somewhere with a friend, or moving back somewhere, or just happy to return home. You've been traveling and maybe you're happy to return home. Something about your travels this month, your conversations will sort of change you. You're both like, you know, whatever you interact with, you're gaining something from it. And it, even though it helps you grow and you're all the wiser for it, it gives you some kind of wisdom. You also feel quite free and kind of like you don't know anything. Like, wow, look at all, you're just happy to kind of be along for the ride and learn as much as you can. So very exciting season ahead, Gemini. If you would like a personal reading, my link is below. It's queenofpentacles.ca. And otherwise, I'll see you for Cancer season. Have a wonderful month, everybody, and happy birthday. Hello, Cancer. Welcome to your reading for Gemini season. We're almost at your season. Feeling a very strong garden energy over here. And I know that jabs well with you. So let's see what's coming up for you in Gemini season. Cancer. Gemini season. The buzzing season. Everything's alive. The bugs, the flowers are in full bloom. And the full moon is clear and bright in the sky. It's very romantic. Long days. Everything's buzzing, everything's communicating and open and fertile and coming to life, or celebrating or enjoying life. I apologize. Good. All right, Cancer. Ooh, new moon promise. So in Gemini season, the new moon will be in Gemini, because a new moon happens when the moon and the sun are sitting conjunct. So they're sitting directly beside each other or on top of each other within a certain constellation. So in this case, it is Gemini. New moon representing promise. Now, I just have to say one thing. This is my Virgo 4th house coming out, but that is not a new moon. That is a waning moon. A new moon should be flipped because it grows from this side. So, you know, I take issue with that when people depict a new moon from this side, because that technically is a waning moon, which means the energy is quieting. And maybe that's what it is. Maybe this is something, a promise that's coming to completion, like a promise that was made long ago under a different moon, perhaps. But maybe this is the closing out or the conclusion of that promise. You're kind of watching it like something, it's like you're watching something come to an end. Now, this is also the moment, like I don't know, how many days would that be? Under a week, but that is kind of a period of time of anticipation. It feels like you're really anticipating something happening here before the new moon starts. So it's seed planting time. It's time of preparation, planning, and then planting the seeds. And the promise that comes that the full moon will show again, the seeds will grow, there's a promise here that something will come to completion or come to fruition. Awakening your true self. So you're really on the brink of something here, of course, as we get closer to your season. That's the first thing I couldn't help but think of was that, oh, Gemini, well, Cancer, we're right behind you, like we're coming up close to you as well. So awakening your true self here, something is coming alive. In Gemini, because it is the season behind you, it's kind of, generally speaking, affecting your 12th house. So the Gemini season is a time for you maybe of rest, maybe of, even though things are buzzing, it's like there's a lot to process and a lot to think about and a lot to process through, work through, digest, deal with. Not a time to ignore things, but it is a time of vivid dreams, of the visionary, and of your greater sense of being. So perhaps seeing yourself as something small in a big picture. 12th house is about the big picture, all the pieces. So there's something in you that is aligning, it's coming together, it's awakening, it's all being represented. And the moon can do that too, right? It kind of shows different faces. And so is there a part of you that you've been waiting to embody or express? Because now you can be comfortable is what I'm feeling. You can be comfortable with yourself. Well, that's lovely. Okay. I'm just going to pull a few cards. Okay. So right away, there is something weighing on your heart, something that you've had to let go of. This is the time where you're going to be letting go of heartbreak, something that's been dragging on you, weighing you down. It's like I'm seeing a pair of scissors cutting free from it. That imagery, working with that, doing this could also help you when you think of that thing or you feel your emotions kind of being affected by this scenario. You can do this to sort of cut the energy away, or like shave it down. You can envision a knife or an athame sort of shaving it down, shrinking its effect on you if you don't want to be completely cut off from it. But I like to do this, the Queen of Swords. I immediately do this and then it removes it from my energy field. It's kind of amazing how just that little motion for myself. So I recommend doing that. It really feels, again, I'm seeing the scissors, so something that needs to be removed here. We need to make space. We need to heal. We need to talk about something as well. I'm seeing that you've spent enough time thinking about it, processing it. Again, this is the season of the 12th house for you, so it's that time of letting go, of purging, right? You've digested it, and now it's a time to purge. So something's really been weighing on your heart. You may have felt exposed, you may have felt vulnerable, you may have just felt a lot of sorrow. something about this, you can talk about it now through perhaps conversations, but also creatively. I'm seeing a lot of story writing, poetry, that Gemini communication aspect and the buzzing that's happening in the air. Everybody's out and partaking in things. This is a good time to maybe this could also be a piece of art that really moves you. It doesn't mean that you're creating it. Maybe it's something you experience that really moves you and inspires you or helps lift you a little bit. But again, the big energy here is clearing, making space for, right? Because we're getting close to a new moon, so to speak. That's your energy. And so we have to make room to plant some kind of new seeds. Okay, so let's see, like your heart kind of feels like a pincushion at this time. But you're also, like, I'm feeling some of you are witnessing a person breaking free as well. You know, this heartache has to end. We can't go on with it forever. So let's make space. Let's set something free. Let's transform. Let's just let it fly. Death and the Magician. Okay, so you do have a lot of energies of letting go, loss even. I'm not afraid to say it. I know it's not easy, but you know, we have to be honest. There is an element of loss here. Queen of Swords and Death, the Three of Swords. Queen of Swords, did I say that properly? Queen of Swords, Death, and Three of Swords. It's a lot of, you know, you've been thinking about it, but it's not easy to think about. You kind of are running yourself in circles, headaches, so there's a very clear end. There's a purging. Nothing can stop this from happening. It's meant to happen now. That new moon, getting back to a 0 point, a clearing, the death energy, the clearing, right? Getting back to that 0 point. But beautifully, the Magician. Now, a lot of you, this is kind of either in your energy, it's, you know, physically you've been feeling weighed down, you've been feeling heavy, you may have experienced physiological effects from these thoughts or this emotion or this event. A lot of you, this is affecting your work, it's affecting how you're showing up in the world. And so we're moving from a place of silence and a place of nothingness, a place of loss, where it feels like everything is out of your control, where it feels like everything's taken away from you. We're moving away from that into, here we are awakening the true self with the Magician. So our energy is coming back. This is like death as we've unplugged. With the Magician, we're lighting the candles up, we're plugging back in. We're coming back to life. The buzzing energy of Gemini season. Mercury, communication, connections, connecting. The brain is firing. There's a desire for something. The heart is opening. There's a lot of things opening, buzzing, connecting, right? I'm going to use this. It's mating season, right? So what I'm saying with that is in Gemini season, it's about call and response. So there's always this duality, right? There's always going to be a call and a response. There's always a duality, another half to whatever. There's something that you're magnetizing here. And so it's important too as well that you don't, I know it's hard to say this, or I should say it's easier said than done. But you have to be careful of what you are magnetizing to you, because perhaps if you don't let yourself heal or you don't let go of this, then you start to embody it. What I see clearly here is a move from the 12th house into the 1st house. From a place of dreams and subconscious and the unknown and the overwhelm, the need to purge those things into the embodiment. Now, if we don't purge and we don't heal, then we begin to embody those things that we did not heal, right? So the Magician is also... It's a very exciting card. It is talking about that awakening, but it's also important that in order for your truest self to shine, you're purging other experiences or outside influences that have weighed you down. Now, awakening the true self, we are all with sorrow. We are all with heartache. Life is a series of hellos and also goodbyes, and we all carry that with us. And a Cancer especially, because we're sensitive. I'm a Cancer rising, my Jupiter's there as well, so big energy for me. I feel you, so I feel you is why I'm saying this. we carry that with us. You know, it changes us, and it can be very hard. Like, we can be nostalgic, we're caring, we're sensitive. Things can affect us. We go back to a memory, and we can be there just as much as we are here today. So, but that is also powerful because it means you can also go that far into the future and feel yourself where you want to be. So focusing more on, maybe if you don't feel that way right now, focusing on how you want to feel and looking at things that would make you feel that way, or what you're doing, or what you're embodying, or what you're listening to, or how you're engaged throughout the day. The more that you invoke that, the more that it comes to life. And look at how this butterfly candle is just taking off. The energy is so potent with it right now, with this transformation. So you're about to come out of the cocoon of the 12th house and spread your wings, and fly and be free, right? You can always come back and land on that same branch or that same flower, but you want to be able to fly as well. There's a new garden grown from, I'm hearing deceit for some reason. I'm hearing the word deceit. So someone has to be very truthful, because we talk about magnetism. If you're awakening your true self and you're being honest about something, and not just honest with yourself, but honest with others, right? Like saying it out loud. Queen of Swords, you've got to say it out loud. Death, you have to get it out of you. You have to let it go, get it out of you. You attract truth, you attract authenticity. And that is really what people are drawn to. They're drawn to things that make us us, right? And we're drawn to truth telling and to radical honesty. So, and sometimes honesty is admitting that we don't have all the answers, that we don't know everything. That is just as brave. But also a willingness to, like, I'm kind of seeing Six of Cups. I'm getting a very upright energy from these cards, very adult, upright. Let's all get together, have this conversation. We need to look at what's being done. Like, I'm hearing power struggle as well. So there's something about a power struggle, but at the same time, I'm seeing the Six of Cups, which makes me think this is either from a memory, or it's like apologizing, or perhaps there is a younger energy that's kind of influenced or impressionable here. Okay, so instead of Six of Cups, we're getting Five of Pentacles. I heard more of the same. Now, if somebody is struggling, no doubt they are, but you're feeling, it's like no matter how much my light. Okay, here's the thing. A lot of you could be attracting people that need your help. Injured people, sick people, struggling folks seem to really be drawn to you. You're kind of this candle drawing things in. And sometimes it can be therapeutic to have somebody who we can help, or who understands us because we're going through different things, but at the same time, we've got to be careful not to give into a victim mentality, because if we identify ourselves as a victim constantly, we like the sympathy. We get used to the sympathy. We get used to people feeling sorry for us. It gives us a different kind of attention. And so, because it's kind of like, well, if I weren't a victim, if I were self-sufficient, how would people pay attention to me, or how would I get them to listen to me, or if I'm not angry, or if I'm not, right? So we kind of have to think about how we are showing up to the world, how we are communicating ourselves to the outside world, because what we choose to convey is what attracts similar back to us. So very critically think about, what is your true self? What does that mean? Who are you before all this heartache happened, and how can we get back to this? Now, what can I look forward to? What can I look forward to, Cancer? You can look forward to, I know it doesn't look pleasing, but you will get out of this. Something that you haven't known how to finish. You're either going to just get rid of it, or just decide that it's out of your control. And that's very empowering sometimes, because you just keep picking at this and picking at it. You're trying to untangle this mass of jewelry. Well, maybe just let it go for now, because there's something you feel frustrated, and your energy, Magician, right? It's all about the energy coming out of you. Your energy right now is frustrated, I think, and either you just got to walk away from this, give it some space, because you don't know how to go forward, so that like you can't think it to death, right? You've got to walk away and then maybe have different life experiences or get some fresh air, and then clarity will come. But I do see the need to distance yourself from something that has been weighing you down. Now, if it's a decision about let's say you're thinking about, I don't know, leaving your spouse because you don't feel supported, you feel like you've already mourned the relationship. Well, then in that case, maybe you've been biding your time or trying to make excuses to stay. So what you can look forward to is no longer feeling restricted, no longer being in a mental prison, going by how you feel. But again, I'm being told to emphasize that it's not just about how you do feel now. You want to focus on how you want to feel. New moon. Think about your potential. Think about what you want to grow, what you want to experience, anything new that could come in, because that's where you'll start to head. Got to think about it this way. In Gemini season 2, we have a full moon in Sagittarius, and Sagittarius, there's going to be a peak of energy around that moon that's all about direction and what we've learned and how we've acquired, like our wisdom through everything, our philosophy, our outlook on life, and how we embody that and how we move forward. So Sagittarius is also about pointing that arrow and where we're going. So it's very directional, it's forward moving. It doesn't want to dwell on things. It wants to just deal with it, get it off the chest, and move on. So it's going to help you. The Sagittarius moon is going to help you. And then I think by the new moon in Cancer, your true self will be awakened, because you've gone through this sort of journey where you've had to, with every step you've taken through the underworld, you've had to shed a layer, and then you're back to this little egg, so to speak. Okay, so any final cards of advice for Cancer? Four of Wands. Set the stage for happiness. Set the stage for a celebration. There could be some stagnant energy around the home. So you might need to redo your home, structure your home. I don't know if you're welcoming somebody in for a period of time. That's up to you. But I do get a domestic focus. Maybe moving some furniture around, doing some spring cleaning, cleaning everything and freshening up all the corners, all the little hidden corners. And that has an impact on your inner world, because we also have hidden corners inside us. And when things in our outside world, like in our home, we start to pile up or get dusty, and then it becomes overwhelming. Again, 12th house is about overwhelm. So where in your life do you feel overwhelmed? And you can begin to clear it one thing at a time. Wash the bed sheets, get this energy out. There's something about setting up a space for celebration, getting ready for a party, but also something about the home, like taking pride in the home and feeling love for it again, perhaps, pride. But spring cleaning, dust the corners, and as you get rid of those things that feel overwhelming, one by one, you don't have to do it all at once. You can do it like okay, I'm going to do this day, I'll do a little bit tomorrow, just a little bit by little bit, and then you start to get your house back, you get your structure back, you get your foundation back, you get your happiness back, one by one. Right now you might be looking at everything as like one big problem, but if you tackle it one by one, you realize that, hey, I'm already halfway. Now I've just got, look at this too, 8 of Pentacles. So much about those steps, one step at a time. Structuring things, strengthening things. It seems like you're building or renovating, or like something's in progress here, and it's exciting. We're moving toward, for a lot of you, if you've experienced this in your career, I do see like concert or a venue, or setting up something, beautifying a space, decorating, setting the stage, building props. And if that's a metaphor for you, that's great too. But there's so much about your performance, okay? You've got a lot to say. But there's also a need to be careful, because I feel like somebody is hard to get through to, or they're just kind of stuck in their own tangle, their own web. So we clear out the spider webs, we clean everything around them, and then we get to the heart of the matter. And we start to rebuild. So Cancer, I hope you have a wonderful Gemini season. If you would like a personal reading with me, I would love to read for you. My website is below. It's queenofpentacles.ca, and I've got several readings available there, all kinds of different readings. So check it out, and I hope to read for you. And if not, I will see you soon in your season. Hi Leo, welcome to your reading for Gemini season. It's your season of friendships and peers, colleagues, and volunteer efforts perhaps. Maybe there's something you're choosing to get involved with, but there's an emphasis here on chosen groups, chosen peers. So a lot of fun, a lot of connections, networking, great success. So Leo, let's see what's coming up for you in Gemini season. Very quick. Love and compassion. Leo. Yourself, the heart center activated. Compassion, right? We talk about that 11th house, which is also ideals and who we become connected to, or who we're working for when we're focusing on those ideals. If you're a teacher, this could be your students. If you are a volunteer, this could be the people you're helping. If you have a specific interest or a niche hobby, this could be the other people that are kind of in that environment or in that field. A lot of openness, caring, understanding, maybe putting your own needs aside to help somebody. I'm feeling a lot of eye-opening, perspective changes. Okay. Wow. So you have parenting and children and miracle healing. So if we are all children of somebody, but we're not all parents. But either way, in both areas, there is compassion, perhaps a bit of forgiveness. But I think also having compassion for yourself. If you've been hard on yourself based on where you've come from, this is a time of being compassionate toward yourself and forgiving yourself. Maybe there's some therapy involved. Some love. We're learning to love, we're learning to forgive, and again, through compassion, we see things from another person, another person's perspective, someone else's perspective, and it sort of changes our own perspective or understanding about it. We feel for them, and we act with kindness, we act I was going to say gently, but then it was retracted, as in sometimes, compassion is all about understanding. But sometimes if we're too gentle, we don't get our point across. Now, I'm not saying to be harsh, but I feel that there is somebody in your life who may need a little bit of a wake-up call. And this doesn't have to be blood either. It could very well be, because I just talk so much about the 11th house, this could also be chosen family. Maybe a friend of yours is going through this. There's somebody who's going through this and is needing to learn how to heal. Something miraculous is happening around healing. This could also be with your body, with your biology, perhaps with, if you've been experiencing difficulties with fertility or with changes of some kind, moving into some different cycle in your life. There could be body healing as well. Okay, Leo. Three of Cups. Queen of Pentacles, gentle, kind, holding space. I'm hearing, why does it all work? We need to celebrate. So something and I'm feeling this has a lot to do with communication. 10 of Cups, there's the family element. You might really be feeling ready to move past something, or you've reached a point where something is healed and you've put enough space or distance between it that you can live your own happiness. Chariot. There's a lot of support here, a lot of taking care of details. Moving forward as a unit. Somebody's moving forward as a unit. I'm hearing that love is replacing a fear energy or a, it's all related to the same thing, but fear, control, coldness, maybe being too, like Capricorn energy actually is what I'm feeling. Too much of that stern structure. Now in Capricorn, that energy can work for you because it teaches you how to set boundaries and how to move from one stage to the next. And you might only be able to do that by setting boundaries. Again, compassion is not just for other people. Where do you have compassion for yourself? Where do you feel this? You know, how can you take care of your feelings and again, like the way I'm wanting to restructure this candle and just give it more stability to help that butterfly, you know, stay all in one piece, stop it melting completely. It seems to be harvest season, something around family. And I'm tasting, funnily enough, I'm tasting like a sushi roll. Mango with avocado and cucumber, to be precise. I'm not sure why. Refreshing, keeping it light, keeping it refreshing, harvest season. Let's get together and share what we've acquired, share what we've accumulated. Let's share the harvest. Let's take care of each other. Let's come together. You do here have the support of your friends. And again, this could be a friend of yours, a person who's needing your guidance, who may be looking at you more as a parent than their own, perhaps, like someone who really feels safe with you. I'm just going to show you this card because there's a rabbit here in the bottom. And the beautiful thing about the Queen of Pentacles is she provides a safe space for that rabbit. Because rabbits are hunted by humans and animals, right? They're quite vulnerable. They don't have any prey. They are prey themselves, pretty much. So for the Queen of Pentacles to provide this safe space and say, come sit with me, you're okay, nothing will hurt you here. She's very gently scaring off predators with her big stone throne and her presence, her stately presence, but then also providing safety. So she's kind of doing two jobs at once here. And that is really important when it comes to healing. Someone needs to be provided a safe space, and not just to feel safe with this person, but also that simultaneously that this person shelters you, they're also scaring away the bad guys, so to speak. So you know that you can lie down and rest. You're not just there for a minute and then you go off on your path again and then you have to face everything. It's like this kindness is touching your heart. It's changing you. We've got to take care, and we can't do it alone. We can't do it alone. We need the support of others. We need the support of friends and family, chosen family, blood family, whatever the relationship. Peace, rest. So what gives you a sense of peace? What allows you to sleep at night? I'm feeling music is very strong. There seems to be an event. It could be music, it could be a wedding. There is something quite regal and organized. It could be a ritual. The music of the body, the music of the soul, harmonizing all together and creating the song of your life. So where do things feel disjointed? Because everything is harmonizing now. We're writing that song, everything's harmonizing. Working pleasantly together, supporting, each part supports the other and accentuates it without opposing it completely. Sextile energy, Gemini to Leo, air to fire, harmony. It is a buzzing season of communication. Gemini rules third house of siblings, and it rules the neighborhood, it rules technology, it rules how we communicate, how we speak our minds, how we understand, what we choose to discover, what we choose to say about it, how it informs our intellect. Something is firing, something's buzzing and connecting this month. And for you, even though Gemini rules that third house, for you it is the 11th, because it's two signs behind you, meaning it rules over everything the 11th house. The focus for you this season is on your peers and friendships and chosen family and volunteer efforts and, people you choose to be around. And maybe that's where you find healing, because you recognize that you can choose to spend more time with chosen family. Now, a lot of you, of course, it is healing when it relates to either being a parent or being a child. Understanding that even though we are generationally different, we've each done the best we could. That compassion, that understanding, the forgiveness. Oh, you did the best you could. I understand that and I'm grateful. I think that heals you as well, to have compassion for another. It allows you to heal and to make peace and to forgive. Forgiveness does feel good. Forgiveness feels good, depending on the crime. But here it seems to be quite soothing. somebody being lulled to sleep. Everybody's happy, everyone's together, there's happy moments, celebrations, and we can move forward now. We can sleep at night, we feel good. So there's a lot of healing that allows us to just feel relieved. Three of Swords. Where you've blocked the heart, you've held on to that pain, you've held on to that bitterness. We're clearing that out and healing the heart. Because whatever hurt you, you don't have to let that back in, but something else wants to come in and fill the heart with love. So make sure you make room for that. Pull those pins out of your pin cushion heart and let the wound heal. You may feel exposed. You may feel exposed with, being honest. Knight of Cups. Someone could be healing from a love relationship. And this is something too where I'm feeling part of the healing comes from a person that only shows up when they're heartbroken. They may have put all their emphasis on their romantic partner, and as soon as something goes wrong, then they come back and they want your company. There is a need to discuss that as well. I'm not just here, yes, I'm always here for you, but I'm not just here when he messes up again, or you know what I mean? There's kind of this relationship. So we're moving from heartache and isolation and vulnerability to, yes, I'm vulnerable, but I'd rather do it with kindness. Being kind is a lot more vulnerable than being cruel. So there's an offering and there's a healing and going with the flow, moving forward, feeling ready. There could be a love offer too. You do have love and a lot of, big picture stuff. Maybe there's also maybe you and your partner, it's just coming to me now. Maybe you and your partner are discussing what it means to parent or what it means to have children, looking at maybe that's been kind of a point of contention in the relationship, a parenting style, or do we have children or not? And that seems to really be the vulnerability of having that difficult conversation, because it is a difficult one to have. And then all of a sudden there's togetherness, there's peace, so it's not weighing on my mind anymore. I just think you're going to feel so relieved. Seven of Swords. So we do reach a bit of, because I kept wanting to say this, in Gemini season, it's emotional detachment, it's more logical, it's looking at pros and cons and looking at solutions and communicating and just sort of using poetry and music as well and inspiring quotations and stuff to theories to new ways of healing, but the research is very much a part of it. So it takes us to an intellectual place. The Seven of Swords takes us to an intellectual place. And that's why we've got the Chariot here, because going forward, you have the compassion of the Knight of Cups. You've got compassion and logic working together. So there are multiple solutions, and I think you're going to feel very empowered and very relieved by the end of this. So Leo, have a wonderful month. If you want a personal reading, my website is below. It's queenofpentacles.ca. I would love to read for you and be that guiding light, that place of safety. Thanks everyone for being here. If you have booked a reading with me, if you've donated to the channel, thank you so much. I love what I do and I love connecting with all of you. I really do. So thank you, and I hope you have a beautiful month. Hello Virgo, welcome to your reading for Gemini season. It's magician time, fellow Mercury. Things are coming to life. It's a season where it's the buzzing season, I've been calling it, because everyone is talking and chattering and the bugs are all out there and the flowers are full bloom. The trees are back to life and full and lush and everything is just alive and moving around. So very, very lovely season indeed. Okay, Virgo, let's see what's coming up for you in Gemini season. Okay, you've got Wake Up Call, represented by the tsunami. So, you may have been having some kind of inkling that something was going to happen, but this is the big unignorable moment. It's unignorable. It's a wake-up call. Something is telling you to change. We know what a wake-up call is. It's like, holy shit, I have to deal with this. Holy shit, it's happening. Virgo, Gemini season. But maybe it's also seeing all the life around you and it's like, It's a wake-up call to take part in the beauty of life. Be honest with yourself. Wake-up call, be honest with yourself. Okay, so there's something that you may have been denying to yourself or procrastinating. So we want to address this now. Okay, Virgo. We want to address this now. It's like, what would my life really look like? Wow, the Emperor. What would my life really look like? The reality, the organization of things, how things are set up. This is focusing on your routine, setting up some kind of system, a structure that helps you get to your goals. I don't know if you're building from the ground up, or if you're just taking on more of a masculine energy this month of being in control, feeling empowered. We can feel very empowered. But we feel empowered because we have a skeleton to rely upon. We've got some kind of plan, a schedule, a structure, some kind of action plan here is put into place. Now, this could also be a wake-up call or honesty relating to a masculine energy. There's a masculine energy, and we've got to be honest with ourselves about that person's influence in our life. But I always like to use the tarot as a tool of discovery and empowerment. So for yourself, it's a wonderful card to get because, again, it's creating systems and routines that help you stay on track, especially in the tsunami, because it's a very Piscean theme and you might feel a little overwhelmed. Perhaps there's a feeling of overwhelm. Saturn is in your partnership sector for the next few years, so you're experiencing lessons, learning a lot of lessons about what it means to relate to another person, join forces with another person, what love is, how we partner, how we communicate, the equality and the delegation of tasks or the sharing of responsibilities. And so that Emperor helps, again, with the overwhelm, one little step at a time. But you may feel like you're in way too deep with something and you've got to pull back a little bit. You need some air. What I'm really feeling here is you need to pull your head out and just get some air. Virgo. Okay, the power's here, Virgo. It is picking up. Something's got to change. Could also be an authority figure in your life, your boss perhaps, 10 of Wands. Could be time to move. Could it be? Perhaps for a lot of you. But this is where you can't see your way forward because you've got so much going on that it's like you kind of forget what your goal was. You forget why you were doing all of this because you just became so inundated with daily tasks. I think about this a lot. I mean, Virgo is my 4th house. So really at my core, I am kind of a Virgo. And, you know, it's a lot. Even when you are partnered up, even when you don't have kids, like whether you're alone with a child or partnered up with a child or partnered up without or whatever, even living alone without any dependents, you have a lot to do. You have to go to work. You have to keep the place clean. You have to do the cooking and the meal planning and the grocery shopping and the errands and take care of yourself and then try to enjoy yourself and socialize when you can and do your hobbies and your creative projects. So like sometimes we can really forget what the beauty of life is when we are so inundated by day-to-day life. Okay? So maybe you need to scale back a little bit, zoom out so you're not face first in it. And then with the Emperor here, looking at the whole map, like looking at, okay, this is the month ahead or this is my next 2 months. What do I need to do? And how can I spread that out, but also schedule different things where I'm not overwhelmed? I know you guys are really good at this, but and I don't mean to speak the obvious here, but for some reason there is a story of overwhelm. There's also like something's been very hard. Somebody could be laying out rules. They could be a bit of an authority figure in your life and making you do everything. So is this a boss? Is it like too much being put on your plate without any compensation or any, like, you're kind of asking yourself, what is the point of this? How do I move forward? What is the point? Do I progress from this? What is the reward? Now, maybe being honest with yourself too, that's not everything in life yields a reward. Sometimes work is just work and we do it. Everything here is a means to an end, okay? Everything is a means to an end. But maybe that's where you gotta separate the goal and the reward and make it really obvious and like remind yourself consistently what that reward or goal is. And that makes it a little easier to get through the day to day. Now, I do think you are overwhelmed. Again, 10 of Wands, you've got a lot of work. This is where we are going to finish up. We're almost done this long haul, okay? This long journey, this heavy, hard work. I will say that it is reaching a conclusion because you need to see the way forward. I'm hearing also leaving extra space in your schedule or in your, like not having such particular expectations with your schedule because certain things may come up to surprise you, like you get sick or last minute plans or, all kinds of different things can always throw us for a loop. So it's important to leave a bit of extra for these surprises. I know I saw that one. I know it's the Fool. Okay, good. Now, I've got to tell you that Gemini season so far has yielded the 10 of Wands with the Fool a few times. So this could be a collective thing as well. So you're not alone. And that's Saturn in Pisces, right? Like, I'm overwhelmed and I need to like shed certain things, simplify a little bit. And so we have the Fool here. We can see where we're going. I mean, although he's totally free, he's got nothing at all, but he still can't really see where he's going, can he? Does he know he's at the edge of the cliff? Is he doing it to make a statement about danger? Or is he just blindly like so in love with the sunlight and his freedom that he's just about to wander off the cliff? We can argue what the perspective is, but we go from not seeing because we're so overwhelmed by stuff to not seeing because we have nothing to look at. So something has to keep you on task. This Emperor's coming in. I'm feeling it as a metronome. Now the Emperor's a drummer and he's keeping the beat. He's a bit of a metronome. He's keeping us on task. So we're striking a bit more of a balance, which feels good. And that's again where the 7th house benefits you because it's the Libra house, right? So it's about balance, equality, delegation if you need to. Oh, we've got some other cards here, don't we? Let's take this one. I've got too many. I just want to take just a couple. I don't like to take every single card that falls because we would have a million cards. We want to simplify the message and get to the point. So 9 of Pentacles, 4 of Pentacles. This is an issue with home, perhaps. Somebody not wanting to invest, somebody not wanting to pay for the finer things, somebody not willing to move or not see the rewards, the payoff. Like, I kind of see more and more this 4 of Pentacles as the Chariot stripped. Like Cinderella. It feels like Cinderella, that moment where it's midnight and the magic wears off and the pumpkin kind of falls to the ground, the horse turned back into mice. Like, that's what happens here. There's a kind of a deflation happening where it feels like the magic's worn off. And we get back to the reality, the truth of something. And it's very different from the magic we felt just moments ago. However, 9 of Pentacles, you carry that magic with you. And it's a sweet feeling that you internalize, and you've experienced it now, so it's a part of you. And you can continue to embody that. How do we continue to embody that magic when the environment seems to have taken it away? It's a challenge, isn't it? It's a challenge. I think you're being challenged this month to continue to see the magic, despite magic having been taken away. And that can be a lot of different things. You may have gotten used to a certain environment or a certain treatment. Like maybe you get along really, really well with your landlord, but then the building sells and then someone new buys the building, and it's like, do I still believe in this place? Do I still feel this is so magical without that magical person here? At work, you had your own little separate area. You were able to focus and decorate it however you wanted, and then things happen, things change, more people are hired, or maybe you move or renovations happen or something, and then it's like, do I still want to be here if I don't have it my way or have it the way it was? Because Emperor, 9 of Pentacles, we've got a lot of potential here for success. A lot of potential for earning our own money, being independent, and experiencing not just the basics, but the beauty of that as well. There's like the basics and then some, the basics and rewards. So your needs are met. And someone is not willing to budge. A lot of this is relating to your home, to a landlord, to your home, or travel. I mean, you might go somewhere and just the experience, the energy there, something about it might completely change you. You come back, you see things differently. Like there's this packing up, looking at the whole map, looking at the whole plan, and what's possible, what's available, where the roads could lead, right? And then beginning to not feel overwhelmed because you've zoomed out and you're looking at the map and you're realizing there's more options, and then the Fool kind of sets you free where you try a new road, and it leads to beautiful abundance and success, and that could lead to a really beautiful home, saving up some money now, having savings. Okay, the positive side of the Four of Pentacles, we do have to be a little possessive sometimes, self-protective, like looking at your budget. I need to start saving, or like, hey, I'm making enough that I can start saving a little bit, even if it's just a little bit every month. I mean, it adds up, right? So, but there is a need to keep something to yourself. I'm feeling also that this could have to do with the magic, the plans you're making in your life. If you are running your own business, especially, maybe keeping something to yourself for now. You're not really revealing a lot. You see a lot, but you're not revealing it. You're keeping it to yourself. You might see an opportunity. It's kind of like you see an opportunity for a grant or a scholarship or some job opening, and you think, oh, my friend so-and-so or this person would really do well at this, or they'd love to see this, but I kind of want it for myself. And then you act a little selfishly and you don't tell anyone about that scholarship or that opening. And maybe that's what you need to do. Maybe that's what you need to do is keep, I do advise it, keep something to yourself. Save up for taxes as well. If you do run your own business, please save for taxes. I know people don't think about that in the moment, but if you just put away like whatever the tax you're taking in, if you're making enough where you have to charge tax and pay taxes to the government, then don't let it all, leave it to the last minute where it's a lump sum and you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't save up for this, I didn't plan for this. Like, we got to be responsible here and look forward at taking care of all those basics so we can have the reward after, and peace of mind because we've taken care of responsibilities. So yeah, saving up for taxes and whatever taxes you're taking in, you're saving them up. In that moment, you take it out immediately and you put it over here. And then when the moment comes to pay your taxes, well, guess what? I've got everything right here and I don't have to worry about it. So that mentality of containment, Saturn in Pisces also helping with that theme of containment, bringing structure to things that feel overwhelming, how to navigate things that feel overwhelming, but also where other people have let themselves flounder, where other people have let themselves flail. sometimes we can't save everybody, even though as much as we may look at the issue and see where the issues are, they don't see it that way. So they kind of need to learn from their choices. Okay, Saturn, we also need to let others learn from their choices. Otherwise, they won't change. So we do have new freedom here, and biding your time, waiting to leave. A lot of you could be communicating with somebody overseas, launching something, a new website. You seem to really be in the creative flow, but there is kind of a fear of what other people are thinking about it. So it doesn't matter though. Like the temperance is so much more important. Your peace of mind, your higher self, your guidance, following that voice. Five of Swords, everybody's got an opinion. Everybody wants to argue. Somebody is just petty and fighting, and like it's just hot air. You're temperance here. You have the higher knowing, the wisdom of experience to know how to deal with this going forward. So you've been through it, you've seen it all, and you've learned something about wisdom, and now it's time for you to live that wisdom. A lot of connection with spirit as well. Things are really going to take off. You're reaching a point now where you don't have to, there's no sinking. You're maintaining a nice level, and you're only going to grow up from that. You're only going to build from that. Don't sink to that level. Don't get sucked in. People might try and stop you. They might try and take your halo away. They can't. But you do have to be honest with yourself about some of these things. So that's what's coming up in Gemini season. Virgo, I hope you have a wonderful season. If you want a personal reading, my website is below. It's queenofpentacles.ca. Hi Libra, welcome to your reading for Gemini season. Let's see what's coming up for you. Libra, I'm feeling excited. Buzzing, if you will. It is the buzzing season, I've been calling it. Gemini season, everything's alive, the bugs are out, the flowers are in full bloom, the trees are full and lush. Everyone is interested, everyone's participating, everybody's getting out. Let's see. Okay, you didn't pop out, so we'll keep shuffling. It's my rule, I only take the first one that comes out. So, Libra, Gemini season, dream time, creation. Yeah, very mental energy, creative space, feeling it, being inspired by what's around you. I don't have to explain this. It is whatever you want it to be, but it's time to start bringing those dreams into creation. So, it's very positive. Seems like a lot of things are being realized in your life, like Empress energy, where what you've been thinking about, planning on, dreaming of, it's all coming real now. It's all being made real. Oh my gosh. Visualization. So probably also a big time for imagining, meditating, being quiet, dreams, lots of images coming through in dreams, meditations. Wow. But this is really that time to, visualize and bring it all together. What could it be? What could it be? And like starting a painting and you don't know how it will end. Not having a specific idea in mind or a specific outcome, but just more the inspiration, living in the moment. It's very important as well, like that's artistry, but very important as well from a spiritual perspective that the life you want to live, you are taking a moment every day to visualize it. Even if you do have that life that you want right now, it's important to take a quiet moment and appreciate everything, be grateful, and continue to visualize more of that, right? Like get to your happy place, meditate on it, think about it. Okay. Libra, Gemini season. Libra. Knight of Swords. So things are picking up. They're changing direction. You can expect a lot of communication. You've got Knight of Cups, so there's probably romantic offers coming in, or maybe some poetry or a declaration. Someone is offering something with their words. So Knights bring in change. They bring in action. And you've got two of them. You've got doubles as well. It's a season of duality, but you've got very strong mirrored or reflected cards here with, you know, these are all reflecting each other. I see it. I know it. I want it. I speak about it. I think about it. I feel into it. And suddenly I'm there. We're moving toward this doorway. Where does the doorway lead? So get up to this doorway. 10 of Wands. Leave it at the door, please. Leave your stuff at the door. Now, it could be a lot of work. You could be undertaking a lot of work, a lot of responsibility. But visualization is the most important energy for you this month. So notice how in this card, he's so encumbered by his wands that he can't even see where he's going. So even if you are undertaking a lot of work or new roles, make sure you remind yourself and continue to visualize the reward, the end goal, the reason for taking all of this on. Because it's one thing, you know, as a cardinal sign, it's important to follow through. It's easy to do the dreaming, the visualizing, but it's a little harder to put it into action and bring it to life. So it will require some effort. But we have to also have a bit of a plan. Emperor energy, like write things down, look at the plan, and schedule things, create a routine so that it's not so overwhelming. But yeah, in those moments where you feel, gosh, I'm doing so much, we have to take a moment and just remember why we're doing it. And then we feel all jazzed up again and we go on with our day. Libra. The Tower. Yeah, don't take too much on because you could be in for a rude awakening. I'm feeling this is related to your neck. A lot of you could be experiencing tension headaches. So I do recommend massage. I recommend seeing an RNT, going for some kind of workout. I think tension headaches could be a part of this, Libra. Have you been overthinking something or building it up too much where you would really be better off keeping it simple? Because all those sticks are going to come crashing down. Do you overthink something? Like, do you have an event planned or something planned and then you're overthinking it and, well, I got to solve all these problems and do all these things and invent all these new things and show it all? Or can you just keep it simple and come as you are? Really seems like there's a lot of healing. There could be some arguments. You might be in a very dreamy, meditative state, and then you get a message, you get an interruption that completely changes the course of your day. During eclipse season, I was getting a lot of those, and it would happen right at the beginning of the day. I'd wake up to it, and it would throw off the whole plan, the whole energy. So someone might be requesting help. Knight of Cups comes in as a helper, shows up for the community, but also sometimes people take advantage of that kindness. And the 10 of Wands is a warning that if you want to go through this door, you have to be able to see where you're going. And if you've been keeping something to yourself, it will come out. You might be trying so hard to keep everything all together and all in, and I know I've got it under control, it's all here, it's all mine, but it's too much, and the Tower is going to take it away from you, take it out of your hands because it's just too much. You might have some realizations. You might get a message from a person that you don't expect, and they want to see you. They want to spend time with you, and you might make some new friends. You might, through work or through, I'm not sure, but I'm getting that there's an emphasis here on new surroundings, new environments, new people, where you've kind of kept yourself too busy so that you couldn't do certain things. You kept yourself busy so that, sorry, I can't, I don't have any free time. Sorry, I can't, I'm busy with this. Where have you purposely added too much to your plate to keep something away? And why can't you just say no to it? Why do you have to have an excuse or a reason? Is it that somebody doesn't listen? Someone doesn't respect you? This is honesty coming out. Because when you're creating from an authentic place. True creation. I'm not talking about copying something that you saw on social media. This is about true creation, Empress energy, magician energy, authenticity that magnetizes the right things to you. Because of that honesty in this world, you're going to be honest in every other area of your life. And that's why the tower comes down. There's no more denying things, denying experiences. Something that you didn't think was possible is now very possible. And as the tower falls, the rubble stays and you can rebuild. And then that's where the visualization comes in. What can I build from this? I still have all the pieces. They're just going to take a different form. Eight of Swords. Another card of perhaps feeling overwhelmed. Now, isn't it interesting that we've got such beautiful oracle cards that spoke of all this promise. Oh, what a great month. We're going to be painting and playing music and, conversing and talking about new life, whatever. So then we get all this trouble, this chaos. That's what happens sometimes. It's Murphy's Law as well. It's not just the law of attraction. There's also Murphy's Law, where you attract the opposite thing. Like, I feel like everything's coming together. I can enjoy myself. I'm just going to spend the next week totally open. I've got no plans. I just want to paint. And then boom, 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 all this other stuff, or like this sudden reminder of something that you had to finish. You really don't want to see something. You might have to be honest with yourself. If there's someone that's giving you romantic attention, I don't think you want it. There's something that you don't want to see or hear, but you kind of have to, and you have to go into it softly. Now, I do see help, and you may have to admit that you need help. You need some help with something. Because right now it's like you're in this tower, you're keeping yourself safe, you're not getting involved, you're very quite closed off, quite like in the work, but also not really understanding where the work is going. And maybe there's no other people. Maybe this is just a change of mind, or as Gemini season comes in, there's a change of energy, a change of pace, and it puts you into more of a busy, active, but also being able to solve problems. Like, you just maybe not know how to move forward, and then suddenly there's this absolute mind-blowing realization. Okay, show me something else for Libra. What can we look forward to? Seven of Pentacles. So what you can look forward to now is an investment of some kind. Truly, these pentacles are showing that You've reached a level of success. Something has worked. Something has worked up to this point. And it's time to take it to the next level. It's time to invest. It's time to commit to something. It's something that that you never thought was possible, that you never thought you'd get involved with, something that you was like totally against how you thought you'd live your life. There's a whole new structure coming in. And it's about thinking about where to invest. A lot of you could be paying off debts. A lot of you could be making some kind of investment, committing to a person. Maybe you've been seeing multiple people and you make it real with someone. You commit to somebody in particular. But this is taking it to the next level. It's like, okay, I see what's worked. I know by now what doesn't work, and I've got to be very honest with myself. But now it's payoff time. A little bit of a break as well to kind of sit and think about those things. How do I move forward? Okay. Libra, the sun. I wish you could see. Oh, it's not going to show it. Okay. Sorry, Libra, hang on a minute. The sun landed like this. Just barely in there, but there, like, it's fragile. It's, you know, it's like a butterfly that lands so delicately, so beautifully. The sun. So embodiment, embodying who you are, revealing things to the world, coming out of hiding, realizing the life you want and what it takes to get there. Again, going back to the 10 of Wands, realizing the life you want, what it takes to get there. Well, I can't have every single pentacle, but I can really focus on one or two right now. So the sun really focuses us on growth. Feeling good in the body, sharing that with the world, dancing, celebrating music, creation, rhythm. There's a rhythm. Also rhythms, cycles of life too, where understanding that maybe this is not a time to be forcing something, but it is a time to dream and think about and visualize where we go. And then suddenly the sun, my outside world, starts to mirror this. Two of Pentacles. So you're going to do what it takes to make something happen. You're going to do what it takes to make something happen. A lot of you could be recovering. You could be healing. Your body is stronger. You're empowered. You are getting your balance back, strengthening, maybe working out again, getting back into things that make you feel good in your physical vessel. Have you spent too much time creating or visualizing and not enough time being? Do you need to nourish yourself better? Do you need more exercise? Libras are, it's one of our karmic things, a sedentary lifestyle. You know, we rule the kidneys, so we have to be careful that we're not just sitting all day. We do need to be active and physically active, not just, we're very mentally active. So at the end of the day, we could feel like we've done a lot, but we haven't moved a muscle. So, getting our balance back, our strength, our physical strength, and something about that bodily empowerment helps us become empowered in our mind. It takes it to a very simple place, a very basic place. Everything becomes more manageable. It makes better sense. It's just easier because we feel empowered physically. So we've got that base under control. Everything else can grow from it. So Libra, I hope you have a wonderful month. And if you would like a personal reading, I'd love to read your cards. My website is below. It's queenofpentacles.ca. I will see you soon. Hello, Scorpio. Welcome to your reading for Gemini season. Let's see what's coming up. Thanks everyone who's booked readings with me, who's donated to the channel. If you would like a personal reading, my website is below, queenofpentacles.ca. Scorpio. Well, island, ocean, and rainbow. Seems like you're traveling a little bit. Kind of a solitude, ebb and flow, blessings, sure, but I'm feeling more like the tropical place. I don't know if you're visualizing it, if you're there, if you're traveling, if you're booking a trip. the rainbow fishes, the sky, just a little bit of quiet time. Oh, another card. Tree. It was hidden. Grounding. Okay, nice. Maybe a little time out in Gemini season. A little vacation. I've been describing this as a buzzing season because everything's alive. The bugs are out, the trees are in full bloom, flowers are in full bloom. People are busy, people are active, and you seem to be not fully, you're not as buzzing, you're looking for more of a grounding or peaceful influence. You've had the Solitude card a few times. You're recognizing that there are certain times to be this way, other times to be a different way. As long as you can always come home to yourself. I want to move the rainbow here so it's more balanced. There we go. Okay. I mean, you've got all the elements. Scorpio. Peace of mind. Yeah. Peace of mind. So, very peaceful, serene. Probably a bit of a relief, perhaps, after eclipse season. You had your last eclipse in your sign for probably 10, 12 years, so you've been through it, you're good. You're like, I'm just going to take a time out and feel things through, let the air clear. The storm is over, the rainbow is here, and you're grateful that this moment of peace has come after a tumultuous time. Scorpio. Gemini season. Yeah, being able to come home to yourself is the blessing here. I really feel that's what grounds you. Trees are equally, I mean, the roots grow equally as strong underground as the branches that we see. So visualizing a tree, sitting up against a tree, just being amongst them, and the peace that they bring, the stability, and yet how much change is happening within them all the time, and the effect they have on the environment by purifying the air, and then also providing a home to so many resources, right? Like, trees are fucking amazing. we are lucky to have them. There's something you can rely upon. But after a time, I think this peace of mind is the relief after the storm. I don't think you've always been in this way. I'm feeling that you've been in a bit of a... Okay. 2 of Swords, 10 of Swords. If you are overwhelmed, it's time for a timeout. It's time for a break. You can't hide how you feel about something. This has been quite overwhelming. You do need a break, certainly. I had a feeling that with all the oracles, I thought we should just leave them as is, but I still wanted to pull tarot, and it's showing basically the same message, but it's like you can't hide how you feel. You're quite burned out. You might feel like you're at a dead end. So how do you find peace of mind when you're in that place? You have to challenge yourself. Challenge yourself to visualize, to put yourself in a better place. Meditate. Breathe. Ten breaths in and out, deep. Scorpio. You might be quite tired, having to reclaim your energy, just needing to take a break. You've hit some kind of burnout. And there could be a person that you're trying to protect yourself from, or they're not speaking to you. There's a shields up. There's a self-protective quality here. Because even as I'm doing your reading, I can hear that some construction has begun just down the street. And as I've acknowledged it, they've turned the machine off. I'm not sure if you can hear it or not, but that noise is getting to me, and I am being challenged as I do your reading to maintain peace of mind and focus on the reading, and not let the outside influences agitate me or sway me. So really, reclaiming your energy apart from other. Oh, good. We have the Star. So we do have some open conversations, healing the wounds, perhaps. Feeling like something is finally getting somewhere. You're remembering why you do it. You're remembering some kind of mystery, something that's been missing is being filled. It's showing up now. There's evidence of something coming back, something being restored. Now, I do think that some of you need to focus on nourishment of the body. You've also got the Hermit and the Six of Wands. So you will come back, and maybe you need to, I don't know if you need to reassure somebody of this, but you seem to need a break by yourself, okay? Solitude, hermit mode, shields up, not visible to study something, to understand yourself. Again, understanding yourself aside from those outside influences, turning off social media, withdrawing from certain things, certain influences, and then coming back quite restored with a renewed sense of purpose. And this isn't just for you. I don't know if somebody's accusing you of being selfish for doing this. Don't listen to them, because this restored you helps everyone around you. A lot of you are moving up in your careers, experiencing a great amount of growth after acknowledging that a skin had to be shed. I don't fit here. I can't handle this. It's too much for me. I'm at a dead end. It's not going anywhere. Something has been very overwhelming. And you saw hints of it along the way, but you ignored it because I'll just deal with it. I'll just take it on. And then boom, you reach a point where, okay, now I'm turning mean. Okay, now I'm letting it all out because I have to. I can't take it anymore, right? A person can only take so much. So now we're moving into the healing phase where we understand. And we're ready to return. Big moves in career. Getting a handle on things, making, like, your life is becoming more manageable. I don't know if you're figuring out a new routine, or just it seems like more the removal of things. It's not about adding things here. What's really going to benefit you in Gemini season is the removal of something from your life. And this withdrawal, again, connects you back to yourself. Gemini season, it's hard to find grounding because, again, the buzzing season, everything's a buzz and in the air. And even though you want to just go for a walk, you might, the sun's too hot, it's burning my skin, or the construction has started up again, or the mosquitoes are out, right there. It's hard to actually find grounding in such a mercurial season. So that's why you've got to tune out a lot of that noise and get yourself to a quiet, peaceful place. If you want me to be the best me, I need to go heal. A lot of you could be accessing some different energy work, energy healing. what you've learned from afar, what you've spent time studying, is now applied and is now celebrated. Like you've gone off to do research or investigate something or grow, maybe go to school, but now you're able to apply that. Oh, I've had this plan. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Now you're setting the table. Now you're getting into action. This Ten of Swords might not even be you. This could be another person or people that you've affected by your absence or withdrawal, perhaps. There seemed to be some kind of breaking point, and now we can't look back. But now, moving forward, meditation, studying, a wise disciple or teacher or descendant of something. You're touched by purpose, and not just for yourself. You come out of hiding and you begin to share it with others. Scorpio, what can we look forward to? What can we look forward to? The Magician, plugging back in. Living from an authentic place. And I think that phrase is kind of overused, or maybe you've heard it too much and you're like, oh, don't sell me that same old stuff. Because I kind of feel it as I say it. It's like, but it is an authenticity to this that generates from your personal power. Scorpio is such a force that it is seen just in your eyes. People can feel your power. You are embodying your power, embracing your power. You're in the spotlight, big career moves, attracting a lot. You've got an audience here. It's kind of about your performance. So you're front and center for some reason. I'm going to say by the end of Gemini season, I'm feeling it's more end of Gemini season into Cancer energy. We are embodying this, and it's because as we move into Cancer season, we move into your 9th house, which is your philosophies, the things that you've specialized in, what you've dedicated your life to studying and learning about, and that speaks to your outlook on life. It shows what's important, it shows what you value, and it shows the type of impact you want to have on the world. So you becoming that tree, and then who you're affecting, right? Like the branches, the other people that you're teaching or affecting. You are the root, you are the trunk, you are the magician. Your energy extends outward. A lot of attention, a lot of attraction, electricity, flow. What you put into the world is coming back to you now. And it really feels like you're pulling something off. I think you've got help. There could be a wise person here, a helper of some kind, a guide, somebody who maybe has done the studying or something. There's help here. So you can look forward to your energy coming back, having an audience again, so to speak, having connections, seeing the outside world and being ready to deal with that. But right now you're in a more of an internal kind of self-protective place. Tender, you're in a tender place. Now going forward, Scorpio, 2 more cards, peace of mind, a plan as well, notes of some kind, music, poetry, performing those things, Scorpio energy, a letter that you want to read, point form notes. Organizing your thoughts, though, it's important to refer to your notes. I'm feeling there's a significant plan here. And the Fool, set free. Set free. Even though I've mastered and I've learned, I am still open to learning as much as I can, because there's always new information, new discoveries. But you've got your peace of mind here. You're able to relax. You're able to sleep at night, waiting for freedom. Receiving the word sets you free. Receiving this influence sets you free. I will leave that there, Scorpio. If you want a personal reading, my link is below to queenofpentacles.ca, my website. I've got lots of different readings available. I'll see you all in Cancer season. Hey Sagittarius, welcome to your reading for Gemini season. This is an important season for you. It's teaching you a lot about yourself as you relate to other people. There's a continuing theme of self versus other throughout this month and into the summer. And I think for the next couple of years, excuse me, I'm being led to discuss some things about the coming years. So this is, and specifically to you, I haven't been encouraged or asked to do this for the other signs yet. So before I get into the cards, I'll just talk about the astrology quickly. Self versus other. It's mirror season for you. Gemini is your opposite season. So it's partnership. It's your 7th house, generally speaking, for Sagittarius suns. Generally, that's your partnership house. And so it's a great time to meet somebody. It could be an extra romantic time if you're in a relationship. It's not just romance though, it's also other people. Other people such as business partners, bosses, collaborators. So collaborators and basically anybody who you can work with. It's about partnering. It's about partnering up, right? So contracts are a big part of that as well. Equality is a huge theme. Again, self versus other. What are other people teaching me about myself? What am I teaching them? There's always something, you know, it is a big lesson in life to realize that with everything that you experience, it teaches you something about yourself potentially. And that can be hard to say. It's like, maybe I just plain old don't like that. What do I have to know? I already knew that this was not for me, or it's not what I stand for. Maybe it encourages you. This is a time of attraction. It's a time of attraction. So opportunities are coming to you. You've got Jupiter entering your 6th house of work, of routine, of day-to-day life. So your day-to-day life is about to be changed, and a lot of opportunities and attraction. People, good things coming to you, just feeling generally good about what you're doing every day, maybe finding more hours in the day. Jupiter tends to expand things. So when it comes into the realm of 6th house, in Taurus, in your case, this can expand our day-to-day experience. The maintenance of details of day-to-day life, the nourishment. It can be often overwhelming to think about all the things you have to do in a week or in a day, but when you just get down and do it, you realize that time kind of expands a little bit and you feel good about yourself. You'll feel more accomplished. So I think these transits are really supportive to you. And just one more thing to touch on that, continuing with the self versus other theme over the next couple of years, it's because of the nodal axis. So the nodes right now are in Taurus and Scorpio, and they are moving into Aries and Libra as we go into the summer months. And that will continue for the next couple of years. And then 2025 or so onward, we're going to experience profound change. The nodes will go into Virgo and Pisces, and I don't know if I should really be prefacing this reading by talking so far in the future, but again, it's got to be said. People are going to be a little bit more quiet in those years. I'm hearing self-flagellating, so blaming themselves. Martyrdom will be a theme that we have to look out for as well. What we do right now from 2023 to 26, as Saturn is in Pisces, we got to learn those lessons. We have to think critically too about where our decisions take us. We have to think about not just where we're at right now, where we'd like to go, but also the logical conclusions to the choices or things that are appearing in our lives and the path that we're taking. Saturn is so much about steps. It's also about lessons. It's the steps that get you to this finish line of sorts. It brings results, but through hard work and repetition and systems. And in Pisces, this is helping us bring structure to something that is uncontrollable, is boundless, but also Pisces is known to sacrifice, and Saturn is a collective planet because it I'm so sorry, I keep clearing my throat. I don't know what's going on. I was singing away all morning, and as I'm trying to speak, it's like something's really got to come up, or it's being challenged. So maybe something is being challenged at this time. But yeah, Saturn and Pisces can be a little bit of a martyr mentality. So just be mindful of sacrifice and how much you're giving away. This season of equality in Gemini season might open that up for you a little bit, even though it's opposite to you. Saturn is squaring you in a mutable sign. There's some friction, but that can create something really powerful. This friction makes fire. Friction makes sparks, right? Friction creates attraction. It creates friction, traction, it sparks something new, but we have to really work to see the benefit for something to happen. Okay, I'm feeling the energies moved on. Okay, Sagittarius, let's see what's coming up. Actually, I am not using, I don't want to use those this time around. Sagittarius. Your first card out is raising your standards, which could also be raising your voice, speaking up for something. I don't stand for this. Raising your standards. Recognizing what you deserve, what's fair, what's just. Sagittarius, Gemini season. Okay. Be patient, because you're going to hit the sweet spot here. You're going to make gold. The beautiful moment will come, but you'll have to be patient. And you might just be biding your time right now. There's a key project, and it could be musical. It seems like you've got a very good match. We've got a lot of romance here, a lot of safety. This is raising your standards, temperance, because when you grow those wings, it means you've experienced hardship in the past. You've seen the darkness in the past. You've been there, done that, and now you're demanding better for yourself. Demanding better for yourself. It can be hard to know what that looks like, but I think you'll know, because it's like I'm getting that you've met the devil, because we're entering this reading where you're raising your standards and everything's good again. But coming up to this, I'm going to say you've gone through a period of maybe darkness in interpersonal relationships. You do have the Lovers here, and this is standing for the partnership. And so it's not just love, but it has a lot to do with the people around you and the experiences that you have based on what you're willing to share of yourself. Even the hidden parts, even the parts that seem scary to admit to or to desire or to create, you're going to find paradise. You're going to continue to attract the right things based on this new energy, this new evolved energy. Temperance is your higher self, where you earn your wings, you earn your halo, because you've seen the darkness, and that's a turning point. So perhaps as you're coming into this reading, you're feeling yourself at a pretty critical turning point. And it's like, what do I have to do to change my experience? You have to raise your standards. You may have just gotten so used to someone's behavior that you kind of brush it off, or oh, that's just them, or like you're frustrated by it, no doubt. But you're also, maybe you've been going along with something. So you're demanding better. And you're maintaining a beautiful balance. You're the alchemist now. You're going to strike gold. You are turning something to gold, the gold standard. And speaking of the gold standard, because I heard what's the word? I heard something contesting that in my mind, saying, well, why does the gold standard still hold true in today's society? How can that possibly still be of value in today's society? Well, maybe that's the idea, is that it goes back to something ancient. It goes back to something older that was more classical, maybe accepted in a different time, but there seems to be something that you're maintaining or keeping alive or taking care of, and keeping it polished, keeping it new. It's like antique silver candle. I mean, I know I'm talking about gold, but something maybe has become tarnished, okay? Something's become tarnished, and it's time to just maintain it with temperance. It's time to look at it and remember, like, gosh, this used to be shiny. I say this because the scales I have right here on my table are from the Victorian age. So they're well over 100 years old. And they have quite, the gold, I'm sure is not real gold. It has tarnished some. But I could put in some work and, you know, I could put in some work and I could shine this thing up again. And let it shine as it was meant to in all of its radiant glory. Because right now with the moon, it's like it's nighttime, it's dark, and so this is actually helping you, because that will help that light shine even brighter, because that's how different, that's how much it contrasts the environment. This beautiful light that you're bringing contrasts the environment so much that suddenly the sun comes out for everyone and everyone's in paradise. Being a Sagittarius is a blessing and a curse. I think you are one of my favorite signs. Don't tell the others, but I think you're absolute magicians. I think you are so talented with how you make things real, from an idea, from a conversation, from somebody's wish, or saying something in passing. Like you see the magic and you see deeply into how much it means, and you bring that alive. You make it happen. So you have the power to realize something here, to make it real, to bring it into existence. But it requires a careful adjustment, little bits along the way. It's not like turning things off completely and cutting things off and, well, I demand better, I'm raising my standards, I'm done with all of you. This is about making little changes along the way so that you can maintain them. It's not as overwhelming. The change is not as overwhelming for you too, because this is going to change the landscape completely. So again, the tarot is advising that you do it step by step, and that will help you keep it manageable. And, you know, once you achieve a certain level of something, it's taken care of, then you can move on to the next thing. Don't feel like you have to do it all at once. It's just one little thing at a time. Again, a lot to do with your day-to-day daily life, your maintenance of things, how you nourish yourself, how much you fit into your schedule, what you take out of your schedule so that you have maybe more creative time. It seems like there's a place you like to be at night. You feel at home in the nighttime. You're very creative there. There could be a separate space, maybe that's nighttime themed, or it's just darker, something like that. But music is big here. My vibration is huge. A lot of safety, big commitment. No one's going anywhere, but it's time to take something to the next level and just make it better and let it shine in its purest form. But then also that you release control here. So I just want to show you what I mean by that. Because in Temperance, you see how the figure is very hands-on. Feet, hands, halo, everything. In the Ace of Pentacles, it's just the hand. It becomes not as much about the artist, but about the item or the project itself. And then the hand is gone and it's left to hang or shine on its own. So it's like you're finishing something off and you're polishing it, and then you're going to hang it up for all to see. And again, because that light shines so brightly in contrast to what's around it, it helps other people feel more like themselves. A lot of music, a lot of feeling like you're in the right place. Now, if there is something scary that you have to express in a relationship, you are supported. You're very safe. This person's not going anywhere. Your secrets are safe. Your money is safe. You seem to have uncertainty around that, security, the physical truth of something. But I see a lot of safety and trust there. I heard you might just not be sure where something's going. So Knight of Pentacles, you're starting to maybe look for a location. A lot of you, this is real estate, a place. But I get a 6-month cycle. I think that this is going to take about 6 months for you. So by the time we reach your new moon, because of course we're going to have your full moon in Gemini season. Duh, just realize that's why the moon is here. So around that time, that's where everything really culminates. But the moon means, just as what I said, I'm seeing jewelry as well. Something that shines, like a candle or jewelry or something. But anyway, so 6 months. So this is taking us from now. You're going to start to make those little adjustments every day, right? Little choices, little to-do list for the day. Did I take my vitamins? Did I go for a walk? You know, take care of yourself. It will help you move along better because something's kind of locking into place within 6 months. And this could be a mortgage, that could be a good thing for some of you. But I'm feeling for some of you, it's your knees. It's like if you don't move, something's going to get rusted and locked into place. So you need to maintain something and keep it polished and keep it lubricated. I'm so sorry about my throat. Keep it polished, keep it lubricated so that it can keep moving. And that in 6 months, by the time we hit your season, crazy to think about. It's already going to be, okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. You'll feel the changes and you'll feel protected. You'll feel not as vulnerable as these naked people in the Lovers. You'll feel like you've got your armor on. There's something about a person, like somebody doesn't want to reveal themselves naked, or they have a lot of fear about their body or propositioning somebody, because there's a lot of want for connection, biding my time, waiting for the right moment, being patient. Sure enough, but you might be patient for something that never comes as well. So use your past experience with patterns and your intuition to look at what's happening, because there is something that is not being properly addressed, and it's because somebody maybe doesn't know how they feel about it yet. So how can we talk about it if I don't know how I feel? But there seems to be uncertainty around a house as well, a living situation. So we are raising our standards there. What can I look forward to? What can I look forward to? Oh, wow. 2 of Pentacles, 2 of Wands. So biding your time, as I said, managing things, incorporating things little bit by little bit starts to become something that it will open up to the point where it becomes lighter. You're not just going to be caught up in what you're doing day to day. It's going to open up so much. You'll see where things are going. You'll see the investment. You'll see the potential. But it does seem like you will be quite busy trying to find your balance. And so I'm hearing that in order to maintain your balance, to get back to temperance as opposed to the 2 of Pentacles here, this guy's very out of control and doesn't look very certain. Temperance has mastered it. So in order to get to that place of temperance, keep going and keep your eye on the prize. Remember why you're doing it. Don't get so caught up. I mean, it's easy to when you're overwhelmed or you've got to heal. You can start to feel overwhelmed and things are in your face and it's hard to remember where you want to go. It can be tricky to see the destination or remember the goal. But I'm seeing here that the more that you can remind yourself of that goal, the closer you will get to it, and it gives purpose to the daily juggle that you may be experiencing right now. What you're working on now, what is gaining traction now, is becoming something that is offered or put into the world. It is invested in, it will expand. And you're always going to be of two minds. That's the thing here. We have a lot of cards of duality. Temperance, the moon, the lovers, the Two of Pentacles, Two of Wands. And I'm not surprised really, because it is, again, your partnership season. But there's so much about duality and maintaining two things, doing two very different things, and having two possible outcomes in your mind. You don't have to know what the exact outcome will be. Just keep maintaining yourself, making better choices, raising your standards, and then you'll start to see these two synthesize into one pentacle. It'll begin to synthesize, and it'll start to make sense, and then you'll have one solid thing to offer. I just think you're waiting, you want to offer something and you're biding your time, and I think you're a little shy because you're not sure how someone feels about you, you're not sure, but I see there it's quite safe. They just don't know maybe how to talk about it or how to handle their emotions, but they're very much there, committed, present. Maybe just one more card to close out the reading for you, Sagittarius. If you want a personal reading, I would love to read for you. My website is linked below. It's queenofpentacles.ca. And thanks everyone who has booked readings with me, who's kept me so busy, who's donated to the channel, and who's seen me at local events or come out to music stuff. That's just so awesome. So thank you. Anyway, Five of Swords, final card. So yeah, it is quitting time, as it were. This often comes up in the month of May. It's a turning point in the year. This full moon for you is going to be a turning point where I think you're going to stop getting involved with every battle. You're going to start picking your battles, because you're going to see that some things are just petty and that some people will never grow. So you have to raise your standards beyond these people who want to keep arguing or nitpicking things for the sake of being argumentative. That does have a time and a place. But if you're flirting with someone and you're like being contrary, that's coming up a lot too. You could be reaching a lot of contrary people, difficult people, but do consider what they're saying. You could learn something, but don't let it completely sway you from your ideals, your beliefs, your path. That's so crucial in partnership season. Your mind is already made up. Do keep it a secret. Do keep it a secret. You've already moved on from something in your head, and whatever they're taking from you at this time, you can find again. You can make it again. Forge. Something's being forged. Now, this could be a forgery, but it could also be a forge where metals and things are formed, put together to, hiccups, build weapons, build jewelry. You'll start to see, you just might not think you have other options. So when you start to raise your standards, you're going to see that you've got a whole lot of other options, and you don't have to put up with what you've been putting up with. All right, Saggy, thanks for watching. I'll see you very soon. Hey Capricorn, welcome to your reading for Gemini season. I'm just going to be silent for a moment, pull you some cards. And I heard this is for the good ones. Thank you everybody who has ordered readings with me, who's donated to the channel. I've been so busy. I've had so many crazy things come up, and I haven't slept in a few years at this point, it feels like. So I apologize that I just have not been as active here as I always intend to be. I get into a good swing, and then something just comes in and completely throws off my routine. Right now, a lot of it is my other job. I do have a day job, and they've needed me a lot more than I thought they would. I was kind of hoping to get back to this, but it is what it is. I've got lots of tarot stuff going on in person, which has been really fun. So, markets are open again, lots of psychic fairs. I'm doing tarot nights, and so it's good. I hope you've been keeping well. Capricorn, what do I want to say? This is your 5th house. So this is a creative time for you. Gemini season is pretty uplifting. It can be a time of joy. It's about adding light to your life. Fifth house is Leo energy. So, you know, what means a lot to you? What comes from the heart? What do you choose to create? What do you choose to experience that brings joy to your life? Inner child. Fifth house also rules the inner child because, again, that Leo theme, very much about the inner child. So something is needed to be addressed. It's like, how can we maintain our innocence and maintain who we were and honor that inner child and have fun at this time? Let's see. Capricorn. Seven of Pentacles. So it kind of looks like there's the birth of a baby or some fertility. There's a consideration about where you share your light. You're kind of looking at what you've already given yourself to, what has worked, what has yielded a harvest, what has brought some kind of return. You're sowing these seeds, you're sowing your seeds, you're putting all your work into something. And it kind of, you know, we've got this death energy, which comes in to kind of stomp out trample one of the crops, and feeling like something that was left on the ground is kind of getting trampled. So we need to raise something. We need to lift it higher. Death, like I'm feeling this death energy is kind of getting to whatever's easiest. So just looking at these people that are being, you know, in the path, they're going to be trampled by this death energy. Oh, that sounds horrible. But in terms of tarot, in terms of self-awareness and spiritual growth and just day-to-day life, there is the need to pick something up off the ground. The Queen of Wands is all about raising. So raising a child, raising the vibration, raising something, uplifting it. Gemini does that to us. It's a very buzzy season. All of the plants are alive, the flowers are blooming, you know, the animals are out and darting around, and there's so much activity. Everyone's out, everyone's participating. There's a real buzz to Gemini season. And so it lifts the energy up. Queen of Wands uplifts. So this could be a part of you or someone maybe in your life, or maybe who you should seek some time with, because she's bright, she thrives in her own way. She doesn't let anyone sway her. She knows who she is. She's confident. She says hello to everybody. I'm feeling dancing is a big part of this. Body movement is a part of this. And death brings a very serious tone. Death also has a strong sexual component because it is related to Scorpio, and sort of both ends of the cycle that way, because we talk about the death energy, but there's also two ends of that cycle, of a life cycle, of a lifetime. So for whatever this is, and I think you're kind of looking at just taking a moment where you are now. I think you're very well established. You could be into maybe perhaps the older years, and you're like, I want to be a child again. I've put in my time in the workforce. I've given so much of my life and my time to other people. It's time for me to enjoy something, to invest in something, invest in myself, invest how to lift myself up. I gotta be honest with you. Like, I know that the death card is supposed to be that beauty, sort of, it's deeper than that. I don't get a sexual component with that. I do with the Queen of Wands. It can indicate childbirth at that time, but I honestly, as a reader, have always had a hard time looking at this energy as something that is sexual in nature. Knight of Pentacles, sure. Ace of Wands, absolutely. Death? Not so much. I know that they say orgasms are little death, but quite frankly, I disagree with that. I would say that sleep is a little death. Orgasm is not a little death. If anything, I guess it, in a way, because it's a rebirth, it like gives you new excitement. It gives you a refresh. Lots of hormones, lots of positive serotonin, dopamine, like everything's flowing, everything's happy. But so I guess if anything, we're clearing away this darkness. We're clearing away this dark influence that's been hanging around. And just in the corner, we can see where that Queen of Wands is starting to rise. Her influence is bright and shiny, and she's rising. So we do have that. This is like the courage to move beyond where something has ended. You're having to see as well, maybe inner child is here, because it goes back to either you have to empathize with a child because they're part of it, and you have to consider how they will be affected. You have to consider like where you were, maybe when you were a child and you went through something similar. How would you do it differently? How would you have protected yourself back then? What did you need to communicate? What you know, at that time in your life, what did you want the adults around you to know or to hear? And here you could be applying that knowledge of a past experience and using that to boldly go forward. Queen of Wands is connected so much to other people. She doesn't just live for herself. She knows that her role is to first take pride in herself, but then also extend that light to her kingdom, to her queendom. And I just think you have a real choice here about what to focus on, because again, something has ended, but there's still a lot of stuff that seems to be growing. I'm going to say this pentacle is getting trampled, and you're like, I think I left it too long on the vine anyway. Maybe it didn't get trampled. Maybe it just spent too long on the vine. You didn't pluck it when it was ripe. You've missed a window of some kind. Either way, you're going to have to boldly face up against this death energy, because it's like at the workplace, someone's coming. Death is powerful. Death is all powerful, okay? We cannot... It's powerful. It has an impact, and we can't all escape it. But the Queen of Wands can confidently stand up to that death energy, and she can show that I'm not just going to take it. I'm not going to back down. You know, she's bringing so much light and vibrancy to this otherwise bleak landscape. Some of the signs are getting messages about the changing landscape. And we are seeing this in many different ways, where we're at right now as a society. And it's important that we remain self-empowered, because right now Saturn's in Pisces. So Pisces can be a martyr. Pisces is about sacrifice, but it's also in the greatest good. I will sacrifice, no problem, because I see a greater good. It needs a lot of alone time as well, to process and recharge. That's going to carry us into 2026. In 2025, the nodes are going to move from Aries Libra, which is very much about socializing and putting ourselves out there and carving our path and making a name for ourselves. It's going to move from Aries Libra into Virgo Pisces. So we're going to move into a period of quiet from 2025 for like a couple of years after that. And then Uranus is going to move into Gemini. So there's going to be a huge amount of change in a few years. But one thing I want to warn against, or just be, caution people or make you think about, is Virgo Pisces are very service-oriented signs. But again, they can spend a lot of time alone. They can be isolated, and too much isolation is where sometimes trouble happens. And I'm wondering if someone here has to think about what it means to be isolated, or how isolated they are, or coming out of that to participate once more. Because you have to get your light back. Like, there's a question of timing here. Something is crucial with timing. And I've been asked just intuitively to discuss the astrological landscape, I guess, the starscape for the next couple of years. So we move into Virgo Pisces 2025, 26. We've got this emphasis on healthcare, institutions, but also loneliness, martyrdom, sacrifice, and suffering, and sometimes the victim mentality, and then who comes in to clean up the mess. There's something around that that's really going to be highlighted for us globally because it is a nodal change. So this is a good time to put yourself out there, to come out of hiding, to make things happen, because maybe people won't be as receptive when we hit 2025, 26. I feel myself like wanting to go on a bit more of a talk about that, but I wonder if I should do it in a separate video. I don't want to bore you. This is a reading for you, but it's like, talk about it. Because it's very future oriented, and it's looking at what has changed and then how to move forward and how to continue to shine our light. Because we also talk about isolation and the individualism. Pluto in Aquarius is a big part of that as well. It's the divide and conquer mentality. It's, everyone is focused on their individual journeys, their individual experiences, their own little microcosm, their identity. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing at all. I think it's beautiful. Take it from a Pisces moon and Virgo 4th house. Like, I love that. But at the same time, I do worry generationally, like if everyone is so focused on these little things, there are a lot of bigger things taking place that are going to go under the radar because we're so concerned about our own tiny battles, I guess. And I'm conscious I don't want to denigrate or take the power away from those experiences, or people are going to live however they want. But as a survival mechanism, a lot of people might start to go into hiding. They might go into hermit mode. They might just isolate. And that's when the big changes come in, right? People become so jaded and feel helpless or whatever. And really all we have control over is ourselves. So there is a message here about seeing your power and that it is okay to live for you, maybe. Where can it not get you? Like Queen of Wands, like I'm seeing her almost like King of Cups, like rising above. Like she's not on ground level here. She's on some kind of platform. And maybe this is a message about how you've used your power, because before, when you were on the ground in it, like very visible or whatever, maybe you were trampling something. And now with this risen platform, this raised platform, it's like everything can continue to grow on the ground while I am also able to sit here and hold space. So how can I coexist with something that needs to continue to grow? I need to raise myself up physically, emotionally, mentally to let, because it's like when you turn over all the leaves or you clean the garden in the spring, you get rid of any extra debris that's collected over the winter and you turn over the soil, and then you start to see new growth. But you can't let all those rocks and leaves and garbage and things that have blown into the garden over the winter, you can't let that stuff just sit there forever because you think, oh, it's going to break down, it'll decompose. It's meant to, it's part of the healthy cycle. It's natural, it'll take care of itself. That's not really what's happening here. It's like, I have to get involved, right? I'm looking at this critical moment where I can exert my influence without being as oppressive as the death energy, but more uplifting as the Queen of Wands, like seeing people for the individual they are, getting them to talk about themselves, getting them like a teacher, right? Like seeing that individual quality, getting someone to talk about their life and their hopes and remembering something special about them, that makes people feel very special. So yeah, landscape change. Again, I'm hearing that. We're all seeing a landscape changing right now, and it's like condos are going up everywhere, high rise is going up everywhere, everything's becoming connected. Everyone's talking about how like they resisted and they don't want it, but then everyone takes part. If you don't want AI to be a part of your life, then don't use it. If you don't want AI to take over in the future, then don't use it, right? Like, we're all laughing at it right now using art apps and like, oh, look at how silly this computer generated commercial is because it looks so goofy. We're laughing at it now, but we're not going to be laughing at it in like 2027. So it's very crucial here that you consider your role and the relationship that you want to have going forward with many things in your landscape. And often we can control our own yard, we can control our own garden and ourselves, we control our own energy. So that's maybe where you felt overwhelmed or exhausted too. You've looked at all the different things that you want to affect, and as a result, you've been overwhelmed because it was too much. You take that energy back, you reel it back into yourself, and maybe that's where you went wrong as a child. Someone wronged you, or you had to give up something of yourself to... Okay, the energy's gone. Okay, all right, pull some more cards. So there's a bit of fear. 9 of Wands, 5 of Cups. Something has been lost, and right now we are trying to rise above, trying to retain our optimism and our belief in the future, our future. We create that future. So that's all you can control. The 9 of Wands here is looking at the past. 5 of Cups is looking at the past. You're very much looking at the past. And this Queen of Wands really wants you to think about where you are currently, not even future, but like currently. What am I choosing right now? Again, that 5th house, that love, the chosen experiences, the ones that bring joy into your life, the choices we make, the people we choose to sort of, it's a marriage house. So it's like, I choose to spend my life with you because you make it better. And I make yours better. And that's a beautiful thing. It's not a business strategy. Like some people, maybe if you're in a pretty upper class, maybe, but for most of us, we have the privilege of joining forces in marriage for love. We have the choice to make art for love, for joy. Most of us have a choice to have a child because it brings us joy. So this is about choosing experiences because they are bringing you that joy, that wonderment, that expansive quality of childhood of, whoa, I just learned something new. I can't wait to learn more about that. I can't wait to tell everyone about it. I can't wait to buy all the toys. I can't wait to, introduce this into my imaginary world. Like, we really got to come in and clean up the mess here. You're wounded by someone who was a lot louder than you, brighter than you. Like, when I say brighter, I don't mean intelligence. I mean like fire. Like, they were louder, they were more visible. This could also be perhaps a person who you feel is more physically attractive than you, and you could be very intimidated by this person. And it goes back to being a child when maybe you didn't have the fancy new clothes that everyone else had. You weren't allowed, like other girls were maybe doing their makeup in 6th grade and you weren't allowed to, and you felt like you had to stay a little kid while all these people around you were kind of starting to grow up and experiment with things. And that leads to a wounded child as well, when we're not allowed to start growing, when we feel that curiosity to grow and adventure. So there's a lot of things bringing up memories of how you were wounded very early on with how you related to your environment. And even though you've got 5th house activity, it does bring up serious questions because it is a huge house of commitment. Sure, these things bring us joy, but they're also freaking scary, fucking big commitments. Marriage is terrifying. Having a child can be terrifying, right? Like starting an art project that you have to commit to for 2 years. Like these are commitments. What can I look forward to, Capricorn? But this is a time to, and Gemini season rules the nervous system, and I'm seeing that your nervous system, something is being sparked. It's like a memory. You might not sleep at night. You might be like suddenly angry or anxious about things that you have forgotten or haven't been plagued by for some time, and now it's like, oh, I'm thinking about this again. Because I feel like what you're thinking about is kind of gone. It's in the past. and you're adding up all these things and you're feeling maybe a little overwhelmed by it. So let's see how to move on. What can we look forward to? There's definitely a time to heal, a time to mourn, a time to sit in it, and to look at what it did and think about how it happened and maybe how we would have changed things. But we can only do those if we are willing to make those changes going forward. Otherwise, you're just punishing yourself. But I think, yeah, so being careful again with the Pisces victim mentality. Not that all Pisces energy is about victimhood, but it can be, because it's a sacrifice. It makes sacrifices for others. It loses itself for others, because it's a greater good. So the erasure of the self, the erasure of the individual in the name of a collective, like that has serious implications too. It's intriguing, but we have to be careful how we navigate that energy. What you can look forward to, times are changing, okay? So Wheel of Fortune, this is the broom that I've been waiting for. It's a sweeping energy to clean up this mess, the residual, the broken sticks, the stains, the memories, all that stuff that's coming in to clean it up. So Wheel of Fortune, times are changing, and yeah, a chapter has certainly ended, but here comes a new one, and we can see that new one by looking forward, because the longer we stay staring at the past, all we see is the ending. We're not seeing that new horizon. So do keep your eye on the present, on the future as well. Definitely a new home. You might have to have a difficult conversation actually with a landlord. I'm seeing King of Swords here on the bottom. You might have to have a conversation with a landlord, maybe a deep talk. Maybe you're talking about buying a house or security. I had this thought last night. Security can look a lot like imprisonment. Imprisonment can look a lot like security. So you're moving to more of a place where you've reflected on what you've lost, but you're able to hold on to it a little bit tighter. It is a season to save your money. Property is here, conversations. So things are looking up. Things are looking a little, there's some new signature. I see a lot of you signing new contracts, paperwork, a lot of decisions, big talks. And how can we start to feel excited about something? How can I feel hopeful about something? Speaking into existence, just the courage to speak about what you want, what you desire, what you love, what means the most to you, how you want to impact the world, and the experiences that you want to have. It's so important right now to communicate those things to everyone you talk to, Queen of Wands, yourself, the universe. Put it out there, because you never know who could, oh, hey, I just saw something over here. Oh, there's a place for rent, or, oh, there's an opportunity at my work. You never know. Oh, I really want an old car, but they're so expensive. Hey, wait, my grandmother is selling her car. You could find what you're looking for here, but you have to start making it known. And when you make it known, you show the courage. You show that you have the power to do what will need to be done, to honor that gift when it comes. We need to have a serious conversation about openness. We've really closed ourselves off. Our stomach is in knots. We are holding on. We fear losing everything, but we're also keeping everything so tightly wound and so stuffed down that we need to just open up, drink lots of water. We've got to start flushing things out. A lot of you are experiencing health issues where maybe your needs were not met, and so you don't know how to take care of yourself fully. And I say you, but this could be somebody in your life who you may be helping as well. It's like new promises about moving forward, keeping things clean and tidy and refreshed, and without poison. We are detoxing. And we're being very open, honest, and hopeful. You know, when we are honest, we are hopeful for something. Even if we're expressing that we've been wronged and it's a very hard conversation, that honesty is hopeful because it shows that you deserve respect and you know that you deserve to be heard, and also that you are hopeful that things will change. Now, I will say that currently you're in, again, this difficult time of changes, losses, but the wheel is starting to turn and we can't stop that. So as much as you may try to hold on for dear life and stop the wheel, you can't. Just keep speaking into existence where you want to land. Tell that wheel, I want to land here and I want to have this experience and this is my new life. And tell that wheel and tell yourself, because it's your own karma that you're creating all the time. So tell yourself and others confidently to show that you really believe that this path is possible. Capricorn, if you would like a personal reading, I'll leave my website below. It's queenofpentacles.ca. Thanks everyone who has booked with me, who's donated to the channel, who's kept me busy, and I will see you very soon, my friends. Aquarius, quick note for your reading. I made a mistake. Aquarius, Pisces, yeah, this is your 5th house, not your 4th house. So when we talked about what you're creating, I got a little messed up with my timing for the houses and the signs, because I'm in like 2 worlds at once right now for some reason. I'm experiencing Taurus season, but I'm reflecting on Gemini, or I'm looking into Gemini. So my apologies for that. But anyway, where you belong is very much tied to our sense of joy and where we decide to commit. So anyway, as a side note, here's your reading. Hello Aquarius, welcome to your reading for Gemini season. I hope you're all doing very well. Thanks everyone who's booked readings with me, who's donated to the channel. I know I've been a little absent lately. Client readings always take precedence over these general free readings, just because, of course, I've got to honor my paying clients. I've been doing tons of in-person tarot events, markets, psychic fairs, art fairs. Been pretty busy, but lots of other changes kind of have come up recently too. So it's been a tumultuous year. I think it has been for a lot of people. We all kind of thought this was going to be the big year of things coming back to life and happiness, and it is, but there's also a lot of leftovers from the last few years that we're sorting through, that we're purging. There's a digestion process happening right now because we've gone through the thick of it, but now we've got to digest it. We've been chewing on it for 3 years, and now we're digesting it, and it's heavy, and it's a lot to break down. It's a lot to, patience, adjustments. Let's see. Higher consciousness. So you're pretty tuned in. You could be taking extra time to meditate, tap in, listen. It's important to do this because we can get so caught up in day-to-day life and forget the bigger picture. So there's an ethereal you and there's a physical you. And that ethereal you is prominent now. Gemini is your 4th house. So this season is illuminating themes around your family, where you belong, your name, how you identify, where you feel safe, where you live. I see a lot of you there's an effort, maybe your physical body is, it's like accessing some kind of spiritual healing. In order to heal the body, you're recovering from something, you're trying to get your energy back, you're juggling a lot of things. Maybe you've got a deadline coming up with a project, but and I'm tasting Listerine or like mint, bubble mint gum, something in my mouth. Anyway, higher consciousness is kind of like a Reiki treatment or a shamanic journey, something that is energetically helping the body heal, to bring it all together, to make sense of something as well. Because you could just feel like you're kind of treading water right now. You don't really see the way forward. You might feel like you're overwhelmed, or you're recovering, or gosh, this is a lot to juggle. When will I be relieved of my duty? When will someone come and take this second pentacle from me? But that's where your higher consciousness is here. There's a bigger purpose for it. And this could be going back to Saturn in Pisces currently. Pisces is similar to you in a way. It's what is good for all, what helps the greater good. There's a bigger purpose. There's an awareness here. There's a greater purpose outside of myself, and I can see it by connecting to my higher consciousness. But I'm feeling that non-traditional medicine, even though it should technically be called traditional medicine, so less Western medicine, but more of natural, homeopathic, holistic healing for some of you. Again, that energy, I'm really feeling that your mind is important, and it so is. I mean, the mind is the key. So keeping your thoughts, in this illuminated place of awareness, of knowledge, maybe wanting to learn something new if you feel like current life is too overwhelming. And that can sound like a lot. Well, why would I want to take on something new or try to learn something new? But what I'm seeing here is this thirst for knowledge, a hunger for knowledge or experiences, to see it all, to experience it all, to know it. You want to know something deeply. And sometimes our higher consciousness does have us doing this. It's not always like walking around as the Temperance card or the High Priestess with a halo above your head and beautiful galactic white robes. Sometimes it's doing the mundane things, the overwhelm, because it's teaching you about yourself and how you handle things. Okay, let's keep going. Look who we have here. Sagittarius had these cards as well. You're not in a rush anymore. You've reached a really good place. I love that Temperance is coming under higher consciousness, because you've seen the light. Some truth has been revealed. You've learned something. Everything's in the open. And this is so much about what you're becoming. You're embodying this Temperance energy, which is patient. It goes with the flow. I'm in the present. I'm here. I don't have to think about last year. I don't have to think about next year. It's wise to keep those things in the back of your mind, but today and now is the reason I do this. And when you focus on the present, your day expands. You realize that you have more time in a day to do more things. So there's also a replacement of perhaps behaviors or something in there's a replacement. And some of you are thinking about moving. Some of you could be divided between two places right now. Maybe you spend the weekend in one place and the weekdays in another. Maybe you're with somebody and you're kind of dividing your time between your place and their place. It'll all come together eventually. It'll work smoothly. It's just a little bit of finding your finding the traction right now. So with that Knight of Pentacles, I see that as a locomotive, right? It's like you've got to keep it moving and keep it lubricated, and eventually you'll find the flow, but it's going to be a little bit awkward at first. But something is kind of old and kind of rusted, kind of tarnished, and you just have to polish it little bit by little bit and apply, like practice, right? A lot of you, this is your body. I'm seeing the knees, I'm seeing the ankles, I'm seeing reflexology, and how necessary it is to just a little bit at a time. Like, don't expect beautiful, magical results right away. It's a little bit every day, and then eventually you get to the goal. But Temperance and Knight of Pentacles, and there's so much about patience here. Moderation for your health, moderation, knowing what is best. But you do seem to be very much on the ground. So you're aligned. You're in a very good, solid place. Your feet are on the ground. Your crown chakra is up in the other dimensions or whatever. You're very open and aware and perceptive, but also grounded in reality. And that's the beautiful thing about being ruled by Saturn and Uranus. You've got such a nice combination of things that you're learning to maybe work together. It's when you're a spiritual person, sometimes it can be hard to, like, all the toil of day-to-day life, and you look at how people seem to create work for themselves, and why are you always trying to be so busy? Why are you exhausting yourself? Why don't you enjoy? You're kind of looking at people and wondering, like, why do they do this? Why do they make it heavy? Why do they make it harder? Because what you're trying to do here is make something lighter. And again, day to day, like, it can be hard as a spiritual person to go through that toil or have a routine. But you're finding a really beautiful way to synthesize both. So this could be in terms of your career, your work, or more time in your day-to-day life, or something around your home. You have a very artistic spread here. Something that you've created will be shared, will be shown. There's a lot of flow, water, the sound of water, the movement of water, the promise of moving water. You are in such a good place, and I do see you're continuing to meditate and tap into that higher mind, but you're going to find a wonderful location that is fertile, that is abundant, maybe already established, or the resources are so plenty that you will have an easy time getting off the ground. Maybe you've been collecting something, you've been waiting for something, you've been, like, not hoarding, but you've been holding on to something, and soon it will be time to share it, show it, enjoy it, grow it, beautify. I see there's somebody who you really want to impress, a feminine energy. And as much as she is here and now, and she has a stately presence, you can't ignore her, there's a mystery to her, because something in her is effortless, in her beauty, in her presence, in her celestial. But again, she's also that combination of the higher consciousness to the physical reality. So this is seeing proof of the spiritual world in a physical reality, or in a person who embodies this, a person who is spiritually aware and who brings calm. This is about slowing down. Slowing down. And I'm seeing that you'll be settled in in 6 months. So in Scorpio season into Sagittarius season, by the end of this year, you will be settled in, you'll be comfortable, not just there, but you will be comfortable, you will be established. Now, a lot of you need to take better care of your body when it comes to support. So this could be the types of pillows you use when you sleep, the mattress, how your car seat is set up, your shoes, your footwear, really what positions the body. So I'm seeing a lot of you doing Reiki or yoga or all kinds of crafting. And your craft is what bridges the higher consciousness to this material realm. Your artistry is an expression of that. And your artistry could also depict the marriage of those two things. You're in a very uplifted place. It's going to feel very magical but stable at the same time. It's like when you find that perfect apartment or that perfect house with that little brook running through it, and you just like right away, this is exactly where I'm meant to be. Three of Cups. Wow. Ace of Cups and Four of Cups. And the 3. We've got a linear story here. If you want that Ace of Cups, that true thing, that pure divine thing, you'll have to forego something here. You're going to have to say no to easy offers, someone that's just here to party. I think for some of you, there's a friendship that you're missing. There could be a point of no communication. You might feel like you've hit a bit of a dead end with this person. There seems to be no communication at this time. We went from friends, we went from jolly friends, seeing each other at events, spending time together. It represented happiness and joy. I'm getting a taste of peach in my mouth. And then boom, there was kind of this outpouring, something devastating I'm hearing, it burst my bubble, and now I'm afraid of accepting a cup because of what happened. I'm afraid of accepting that cup because it represents an end to my joy. I was thinking about this too, that love is, I was actually thinking about this, I couldn't sleep last night and I was up till like 4:30 just thinking about it. It's a Smashing Pumpkins song. The chorus is love is suicide. And I know that sounds very, and I shouldn't say that, I guess YouTube, I'll probably have to censor that word. Anyway, that's the lyric, and it's true. It's sacrifice. Like, you cannot maintain just yourself when another there's a lot of things being affected by somebody else right now. The course of your life, your day-to-day life, your choices, where you end up, what it means to feel safe, what it means to feel at home. Does it have to be a physical place? Can it be a feeling? Can it be a person? Can it be an event or a group of people? Because it seems to me that there's an event you could be attending this month, and it seems to be artistic, maybe, or there's just a joyous occasion, maybe a wedding or something, a music event, I don't know, but there's a lot of frivolity and gayness. And you see a bigger purpose to these people joining together. It's yes, it's fun. And I keep hearing old-fashioned words, like I keep hearing gay. And, you know, it's Pride Month, so maybe that's what it is, but I'm also feeling it's the old-fashioned definition of just the gaiety, right? Happiness. It's interesting that that's the only word that I can really recall right now. But somebody is sitting out. Someone might have, yeah, I don't know, you might like have some kind of experience that just kind of changes where you want to be right now. You're not answering phone calls, you're putting something off, you feel kind of bored, you don't feel like you want to, like the depth is not there. Or this person meant so much to you that no other offer compares. And you might have quite a few, and you're just kind of unimpressed by what's being offered at this time, because you hold something else in very high regard. That can be a bit of a warning as well, a double-edged sword there, where we hold one thing in such high regard. We have to be careful with, because again, Saturn in Pisces is teaching us lessons and Saturn is your ancient ruling planet, right? So in Pisces, it's teaching us these lessons about sacrifice and idealism, and how much we become a victim or what we give up for another or for the greater good. Like there's questions about what we hold on to or give away, and the lessons that follow. I do feel that something might follow a cycle here. It might happen again. So if there's a person you've kind of been on off with, that might happen again. You might be biding your time, waiting for the right moment to ask something or present something. You've had a brilliant idea though for how to help someone or how to bring two things into one. And you're starting to put that into motion, and then you're going to polish it off and finish it and present it to this kind of intimidating but wonderfully deserving figure, the Empress. Someone that may have been taken for granted too. It's kind of like you're noticing someone that might be taken for granted because they're just always there, they're always showing up, and people might take that for granted. This could be you, where you start to set something out and it's like, hey, the fun is gone, man. Like, we miss you when you're not here. But there's going to be a big turning point, a lot of revelation, and I think that something that you have to offer might mean a lot more to you than it does the recipient. In a certain circumstance, you'll know that if that message is for you, that makes sense. You'll say that. But if that doesn't make sense to you now, then don't assume that that's for you. It's hard with a general reading, because it's kind of like it's for you. You have your eyes set on one thing, but this person might just go to other people and it's like frivolous, right? Like, oh, look at this thing that someone gave me, blah, blah, blah. Let's all play with it. And you're like, no, that was for you. Don't show everyone the love letter that I wrote you. Don't let them play the I don't know, the guitar that I gave you. Like, there's something about you, they want to share it with their friends or with other people because it's just like a fun, frivolous thing, but you're like, no, this means the world to me. This is coming from my heart. Please do not pass my heart around like a ball at a party. Something's being harvested for you. But you might not have a good time at a party. Something might, you might get like a text or see someone there and it just kind of bursts your bubble a little bit. So I kind of see that happening. I'm just going to pull you one more card to see if we can end this on a positive note. One more card for Aquarius. How do we go forward? Knight of Wands, house move for a lot of you. Time to travel, time to move, time to find a purpose or something exciting that gets you out of bed. It's time to get active. It's time to be a hero. Jump into those scary situations where everyone's running on adrenaline, right? Like, you might have to rush in as a hero a little bit. Again, I feel, you know what? I think that because you are sitting out right now, you're going to notice something that needs immediate attention, and you'll be able to jump in because your hands are free. But it's time to get up, get out of bed, get excited, invoke some change, do your errands, take care of things, boom, 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 get around and travel, maybe move house for a lot of you. Yeah. All right, I'm going to leave that there, Aquarius. I hope you have a wonderful season. If you want a personal reading, my website is below. It's queenofpentacles.ca. Hi Pisces, welcome to your reading for Gemini season. Before I get into the cards, I had a pretty strong download just now about erasure of self, to the point where I thought I was reading for Cancer, because there was something about this season, Taurus, something about it representing an inexplicable rage. Well, I mean, it is explainable in a way that it is born of erasure of self. Do you feel right now like you don't belong somewhere, and you're kind of trying to find your footing, find some roots, but you feel like you're being forgotten or looked over? You may have discovered something recently, so like there's a branch that should be connected, but it isn't, but yet it's resting over the tree, but it's not actually connected. I'm actually seeing this you see this tapestry on my wall, I'm seeing it up in the corner, and I'm just noticing it for the first time ever, and I've had it for freaking 10 years or more. What else did I want to say? Yeah, so something about that. I don't know if you relate to that or not. We're going to pull cards. Okay, Pisces, let's see what's coming up for you in Gemini season. This is your 4th house of belonging, of real estate, of home, family, networks, what it means to belong. You know, have that tree where the roots are and the branches, and what we're all connected to, which really brings us back to our identity. So there could be an identity issue or something at this time. Let's see what the cards are saying, Pisces. Financial flow. This is great. Gemini season seems to bring in some flow, some movement. Things are picking up again. But that also has a lot to do with our sense of worth and our sense of belonging, our right to assert ourselves in this life, to make ourselves known. Financial flow, it's all about how much we value ourselves. In an etheric way. Now, in a very reality-based way, financial flow is easy for some and it's difficult for others. But because you are the sign of the fish also symbolically they symbolize currency. Water is an element of currency because it is a flow. So you can settle into that and you can feel when things are stopping and starting and stopping and starting, right? So getting into that flow, jumping that wave when you can. But let's see what the tarot says. Financial flow, Pisces in Gemini season. Okay, wow. Ace of Cups, 3 of Cups, 2 of Pentacles. You're kind of asking yourself, how can I have it all? How can I celebrate? Do you frivolously spend too much when you're out with friends or at parties, or, you know, spirits are high and everyone's kind of having a good time, and then do you overindulge or do you overspend? Something about, there's a cycle here, and you are in a rebirth, but you have to share something with other people. You're being encouraged to share something with other people at an event. maybe taking part in more events to earn some money, because here you're juggling two things. You've got a day job, you do an event once or twice a week, and then you bring in some extra money. Spirits are high, and like I said, weddings, parties, music events, something that where you can be or take part in. But I do see the necessity of juggling two things right now, because for some reason there's been a burst of a bubble. Something that may have been working or had felt like a sure thing may have stopped or changed. And you are relying on your friends. You do have a great network. You have a great support system. They're lifting you up for sure. But they might also have a tendency to party too much or not take things as seriously as you want to right now. Pisces. Empress. The Sun. You need to remove yourself from the water. You're too close to something right now that it's affecting you, because it's not stable, and you're absorbing that. You're a very absorbent sign. You're absorbing something because you're too close to it, and it's throwing you off balance. As fun or whatever as this may look, or glamorous, you're being asked or encouraged to just go to more of an earth, a field, as opposed to the water. Right now, for now, that doesn't have to always be that way. You can still have that element near you, but it's less of an influence in your life. It does bring the promise of life. It does bring the promise of growth, nourishment, sustenance, renewal, because the water is coming in. Your physical body is, you're stabilizing. You might feel off balance. You've been partying too much, or maybe you're recovering from a big event or a big output of some kind. You're in a state of recovery either way. And a woman, a female energy, a divine feminine has an answer for you. They have the full story. This is also about feeling good in your body, feeling good physically, taking care of your health. There's some kind of influence, something you've been ingesting that has not been good for you. It's thrown you off balance. You're asked to moderate and remove yourself from it. And there's a new vibration, because everything is vibrational and following the same shape. So don't fear when you do have to give up one thing. Don't fear giving it up, because you will find that energy again in something else. It's just going to be a different form. You're also becoming more of an individual. You're individuating from the group mentality, or it's like you're setting out solo kind of thing. Like if you own a tattoo shop and you want to start or you are working at a tattoo shop, you want to start your own. One character from this group is singled out for some reason. You're being singled out, and you're kind of in the spotlight. But you have to be careful with that too, because too much spotlight there can also be detrimental. So we have to find balance, because at one end we've got extreme feeling and certainly having a blessing in disguise, but being quite changed from this event, I'm going to call it. The pressure built, and then it released because it couldn't hold. The vessel couldn't hold all that pressure anymore. It was building and building. And maybe it was too much for one person to handle. Maybe it had to be delegated to 3 other people who could all, well, I'll take some. If your cup's overflowing, if it's too much for you, I'll have some of that, I'll have some of that. And so where have you been continuing to take on things for other people because it was too much for them, that now it's too much for you? I get this. Pisces moon over here, midheaven too. We do everything to help people we love and get involved with causes, and then suddenly we can become removed from where we were going. So there's a reclamation here of your path. It's like you've been watching other people have fun. You've been watching other people kind of just partake and do their thing so naturally, and you're overthinking it. You're like, what does it mean to do this? Or how can they do this so effortlessly? I'm seeing a ritual in June, perhaps at solstice, honoring the Great Mother, honoring the sun, honoring the cycles, the seasons, the harvest, the abundance. I'm hearing also you can't just skate by into harvest season. You want to plant one of these pentacles, one of these seeds, instead of just wondering what to do with it, and then suddenly, oh my gosh, it's harvest season and I never planted my seeds. You want to be careful that you don't waste too much time. So an awareness of cycles, an awareness of timing is going to help you with your harvest. And like a week can change everything, so don't miss the week. You may have felt something intuitively, and you will see the physical evidence of it soon enough. It's your time in the sun, though. It's feeling like you belong again, reclaiming your territory, seeing the beauty and the abundance around you. Something is becoming real. It's taking shape. You're weaving it every day. You're telling the story every day. You're bringing it closer and closer to existence. And soon it will be revealed. Something you've been very happy about. You've been biding your time. You can look forward to being noticed as well. This King of Wands has his eye on you. I mean, you could be giving a lot of attention to someone, but I think this is receiving that attention, standing out as an individual, taking part in the creative scene, connecting with other people but there's one or two persons in particular who are very unique, kind of loud, but they see potential, and they like to connect, they like to network. This is a good person to know, because he's either very inspiring to you, or he's going to connect you to the opportunities that you seek. But with this visibility, as soon as you turn that on, boom, he's there. So a lot of you could be in for a lot of romantic attention, whether it's wanted or not. Just keep that in mind. It's kind of part and parcel with becoming more visible, let's say. You can look forward to a great time of artistry. Queen of Cups. So she's a little worried about what this King of Wands is looking at, and she's a little possessive. The Queen of Cups. She's a little possessive and isolated. She turns her back to the world, and she really focuses on things and she dwells on them. She can't sleep. She's got ruminating thoughts. These are energies that really try to hold things down or stifle a person. Meanwhile, you've got the King of Wands who wants to expand and grow and spread the fire. And the thing is, fire doesn't diminish if we spread it. You know, when I have a match and I light my candle, the match is still lit. And now this candle's lit too. And then I apply the match to the next candle. Well, now all three are burning, right? So we're not losing anything. And then if the match does eventually burn out, then I can hold my candles to these ones that are already burning and spread the fire. So that's kind of a hard thing to reconcile, you know, with, especially for this Queen of Cups. It's like she really needs to feel safe. And as much as the King of Wands can show the Queen of Cups a lot of adventures and new people and experiences, the King of Wands is also very outgoing, and that means his attention is not always turned to the Queen of Cups. And even if she's got her back up to him with that throne, she still expects him to always be attentive to her. That's just her energy. She's kind of codependent that way. She needs a lot of reassurance. Again, look at how she's just staring at that cup. But this is a whole other individual. So, and again, we don't, the Queen of Cups thinks we lose a lot when fire is spread, but the King of Wands says we're just helping everyone have a good day. So like he gives a compliment, let's say he gives a compliment to, like this, I don't know, silly example maybe, and I'm sorry if this is corny, but I was at a place yesterday, for Mother's Day, and I was just grabbing something for my mom, and the person working there was like, "Oh, I love your look and your makeup and your hair and everything looks so cool." And then he was kind of asking me about tattoos, and he's like, "Oh, like my wife really likes tattoos." And like in that instance, he's just kind of like, "Oh, that's neat, that's artsy, that's cool." Like I had like crazy purple eyeshadow on and like earrings, and anyway, people tell me sometimes that I'm visually overwhelming. But he was like into it, and he's like, "Oh, that's really cool," like just appreciating the artistry of it. And we can't deny that we are attracted to beauty as biological beings. But my mind in those instances always goes to, would you say that if your wife was here, what would your wife say? You know, like I kind of worry about that because I grew up with a very possessive mother. So I always kind of think about like, it's wrong to compliment, or it's wrong, you know, like I have that in the back of my head all the time. And that's I don't mean to talk about myself, but as an example, King of Wands is like, I like what I see. I want to be part of that. It's artistic. It's neat. How can we make your dreams come true? It could be Sagittarius. Like, how can we make this thing real? How can we make it happen? Let's connect. Let's connect you to this person, or let's do this in this space. And Queen of Cups is very reserved, very self-protective, very closed off, and she's just going to continue to shrink herself and dwell and be upset. So it's kind of, these energies attract each other, but because Queen of Cups is like, oh, my superhero King of Wands is going to show me the world. But then she's also like, wait a minute, I don't want there to be a world out there. So that's kind of hard, right? You've got to take one thing with the other. Two of Pentacles. If I want someone to show me the world, then I have to accept that there's a world out there. And unfortunately, this person is very aware of all the other things in that world, to the Queen of Cups' dismay. Now, the King of Wands ends up becoming a bit smothered by this energy as well, because she wants to put out that fire. She says, if I can't have all that fire, then no one can have it, and I'm going to smother it out. So we have this smothering effect. So someone here needs to learn their worth and recognize their beauty and put themselves out more so they feel good because they're getting attention. And like social media is a huge part of everyone's life, and you might see beautiful pictures on there and they're getting lots of attention and people liking those photos, maybe your partner or someone here liking those photos, your friend congratulating a business when you don't like that business. So you kind of have to put your own feelings in a way. It's the best way, I think, to deal with it in that instance here is to also put yourself out there and celebrate yourself, to share some of that fire, because the sun is for all of us. It extends to all of us. So the fire is limitless. But the thing is, the Queen of Cups is never going to be a fire sign, and the King of Wands is never going to be a water sign. So they have to kind of work together to understand each other, and they're not always going to. So then we have to just break off and get into our own world and take care of our own energy and try not to dwell on those things. Queen of Cups is really dwelling. She really, like, one hint of disturbance and she's like calling everyone for reassurance, and like you never hear from this person until boom, I need help. I need you to take care of this. I need you. And it's like King of Wands is going to do what he can. Absolutely. But Queen of Cups has to learn to be a little more independent that way, I'm going to say. Or we establish boundaries. Because I'm getting an impression now that this King of Wands, because he's here in this row, is also affected by the Four of Pentacles energy. So he might want to give all this attention to other people and everything, but if it's coming back to his Queen of Cups, he might get a little possessive himself. He might say, hey, don't you dare, right? There's a double standard there. That's what I'm seeing. There's like a lot of double standard in this reading in terms, so like maybe we just have to have a conversation about boundaries. And when we talk about financial flow too, it's like multiple, maybe like working 2 jobs. We've got a day job that pays the bills, and then I have a nighttime gig that pays for my fun. 4 of Pentacles, I can save up money. We are advised to save our money right now, and like, probably for some reason I'm seeing Scorpio Sagittarius season is maybe where there's an investment, or maybe the money is like you can look back at that point and go, wow, last 6 months really turned around for me because my mentality sort of changed. I wasn't holding on to things as tightly. I was more open and showing the joy I have when I make my art or I share, like, again, talking about myself because maybe it helps some of you. I hesitate to post a lot of my stuff online. Sometimes I'll get into a flow where I want to share every day, like this is what I painted, this is the progress I made on this other project, but then I always have this fear that I'm copied, and if I can't manage to finish that project in a good amount of time because other life gets in the way, then it's like, shit, I never finished this thing, now I won't be able to showcase it at my next event, which means someone else is going to come in and do it faster than me, and so I start to become discouraged by sharing my experience. But when I share every day and I show that it's a good flow and it's something I really enjoy and it's meaningful, that's what people love, you know. That's what people love to see, and that's what gains traction. So sharing more of yourself, putting more of yourself out there, and not worrying, but owning what you've got and what you've created, owning it, it's mine. But also not in a possessive way, but a proud way, but not a possessive way. Our modern world is tricky to navigate with social media, internet, strangers having access to your stuff. There could be someone on the other side of the world like copying your, I don't know, God, I can't even bear to think of it. But that's a thing that I've had to just let go of, you know. And it's still there in the back of my mind. If I can't sleep, you know, that's where my mind goes. So it's like, keep doing it though. Don't be discouraged. I think I'll leave it there. If you want a personal reading, check out my website below. It's queenofpentacles.ca. I would love to read for you, and thank you everyone who has booked readings. I'll see you in Cancer season, Pisces. Have a wonderful month. Pisces, just further to what I was saying there too, like the modern world is so hard to navigate. I was my band members and I were wanting to get some products made, and one of the places because they had a deal going that you could only access the deal if you shared your cell phone number. And the idea is you give them your cell phone, they're going to send you an SMS code, a one-time code for you to access. So you can't just like rip them off by having all these different emails to access the deal. You have to, it's tied to one cell phone number. And it's like, on the one hand, it's a really good deal and it's something I want to do. But on the other hand, I'm not comfortable giving my cell phone number away. And so there's going to have to be some kind of sacrifice made where you can come to a happy conclusion, you can come to a happy medium, but everyone has to feel safe. Everyone has to be feeling good about what they're participating in. I'm just going to leave that there. Thank you. Aries, welcome to your reading for Gemini season. It's your third house of communication, the neighborhood, your locale, short distance travel, technology, learning. How you get around, I think, is really going to be a big part of it. It's a very kinetic season. It's alive, it's buzzing, the animals are out, the flowers are in bloom, and it's generally busy, talkative. People are feeling good before they all isolate for the summer and go on trips. So let's see what's coming up for you, Aries, in Gemini season. The magic of nature. Exactly, the magic of the season. Maybe having some quiet time, slowing down a little bit to, I know you're so adrenaline based, you love to be busy, but I'm seeing something here about slowing down and paying attention to noticing the shapes of the clouds or the breeze or the little bugs on the ground. Like, it takes a lot of mindfulness and slowing down to do that, but maybe just getting out more, going on some walks, bike rides, hikes. Nature as well between people. I was going to say with attraction, and then here we have the Two of Cups. Okay, yep, your health needs something is not supportive to your well-being. Okay, you've had something toxic. It could be an allergen, it could be a person, something you've ingested. I don't know, something around you has had a toxic impact and it's drained your energy. So nature is going to help you. Yeah, Magician, good. So you do have potential here to get your energy back, plugging back in and turning back on. But don't rush that, okay? You've got the Page of Swords and the Five of Swords. So there's a learning curve here. You're going to have to learn some new things. There seems to be some nasty behavior, some arguments, a bit of fighting, some spying, some secrecy. Somebody's got a secret. They don't want to be found out. They're quite nervous, but they've also made a decision to quit or walk away. This could be, you could be a boss. You could be the one at work. Your career is very big here. Your career, your physical energy, your health, how you're appearing to the world, really. And that's kind of the main theme here. Nature, the magic of nature is the law of attraction, that there's always a call and a response. There's always two halves to something. But I think someone's kept a secret about wanting to quit or walk away. There's an adjustment period. It's difficult. I mean, you're finding your footing. You might not feel like you want people to know. You're trying to keep it to yourself. You're trying to maintain your privacy. But also, how do I gain knowledge if I'm just keeping everything to myself? So just maybe being careful with who you share this information with. I do feel that there's been a negative influence to your health, either through a person, a quick cold, something like that could come up. The Magician will heal you, though. You will be healed, so it is a minor thing. But I feel that you're already coming into this a bit vulnerable, so don't overdo it, because this little thing that influences you now could have a bigger impact than you thought. there is a quest for knowledge. There's a want to study something. Maybe you want to become a doctor, you're a physician, you're a naturopath, you're looking into alchemy, you're looking into holistic medicine, you know, a way to clean up the mess and remove the toxic influence by replacing it with something better. So it's an uneasy season because there's a lot of stuff changing on the wind, and you've got to say goodbye to some things. It feels very windy. Your reading feels windy. I feel like I'm challenged to maintain my energy, stand my ground, emit my bright light, while so much is stirring up around me. This season challenges you to master your energy. Gemini is ruled by Mercury. Mercury is Hermes. A self-made god who was so wise that he was deified. So, reaching a status where you are highly respected based on your ability to do something yourself. Jupiter is now leaving your sign for Taurus. So there's going to be a little gift left behind, and then he's going to come back and see you later this year. This gift, I feel, comes with difficult decisions. You might not be aware of your power. You're going to bring something so powerful into your experience, a total transformation, that it's just going to feel very disorienting at first. You're going to feel like you've been struck by lightning. So one of you may actually be struck by lightning. Wow. There's some kind of wake-up call. Oh, look, Judgment's on the bottom of the deck. I just caught sight of that as I said that. It's weird. Because I've just been holding the cards, I think, like down. I haven't looked at the deck. I'm just looking here. Anyway, wake-up call. Yeah, some kind of wake-up call. But that's also waking you up. So you're getting your energy back. You're coming back to life. But there is some changes or something that requires immediate action. Why do we have the Page of Swords and Five of Swords here, though? Four of Pentacles, my goodness, this is coming out for so many people, and I think it's the Jupiter in Taurus, because Taurus is a possessive kind of energy. It doesn't like to give or share of oneself often, unless it's completely trusting, but it can be sort of self-protective that way. It saves its money, you know, it's known to save its money. Is somebody penny pinching here? There's a heaviness. I don't want to change. I don't want to let go. I want to keep everything the way it is. But that stunted growth has caused obstacles. It's led to this issue. So show me the Two of, well, Cups with, okay, we've got a lot of cards here. You've given too much to someone and you didn't know where it was going. You were just doing the right thing. But now you're going to have some clarity about this person's secrecy and what they were doing with the money, perhaps. That can be heavy. But you just feel like something's not quite right. And then eventually it's unignorable to the point where this person is just kind of standing in the aftermath and the magician comes in to clean it up and make everything right again, bring life and light back to the environment or the scenario, the people involved. Like, someone is aware that they need to change and move on, but they also don't want everyone to know about it. Because karma in the past has told me that if I overshare with toxic people, my secrets are spilled and I end up feeling left out or misunderstood or something. You might have to give somebody some money to help them back on their path. And I think you're hesitant to do this because you may not have seen it this badly before, but they may have already ruined some trust. And so now that things are really intense and unignorable, someone could be struggling to find a place to live. Somebody might not know where they're going. Someone could be overwhelmed by, they could be intoxicated all the time. Someone is intoxicated all the time, but they're putting on a brave face that you wouldn't know it. They might still show up to work. But you're starting to notice slip-ups. You're noticing. And some of you might even have guilt about this, because with the Six of Pentacles, I'm seeing a bit of karma. I'm seeing a cycle. I'm seeing like you might feel partially responsible. But in a way, our environment kind of creates who we are, but we also have individual choices to an extent, I know, based on our life experience, or where we've come from. But this person has to be accountable. You shouldn't be taking the blame, but I feel like you just want to quickly solve the situation, so you accept the blame and clean up the mess, but that doesn't really help what's going on. How do I navigate this or move forward? Knight of Swords, Queen of Wands, Justice. Again, it feels windy. The wind is picking up. Someone has to be forthcoming, to be brave enough to be honest, to be brave enough to tell the true story so that we can make a true decision. There's going to be a request for help, a message of some kind. You will receive communication from somebody, and it might change the course of your day. Which can be pretty frustrating when you are a determined person and you've got your plan for the day and you're hardworking, and then someone slips up again and they kind of interrupt your flow. I do see that kind of happening. Let's look at these cards though. I want to see some other messages. How do I go forward? Knight of Swords. I have to change direction. I have to rise above in order to maintain objectivity. These characters to me, and I just said this to another sign, the Queen of Wands is not on the ground in that desert. She looks like she's on a risen, it was Capricorn actually. She's on a raised platform. And so is Justice. I don't see these characters as being at ground level. So again, you have to raise yourself above so that you're not trampling anything, but you can see, like the Emperor, you can kind of see the whole map. You can see the whole story, but you can also see like where they're at and where they're going, because this person might really need help. They need confidence to introduce themselves to more people. Embodying, and aside from all this other stuff, embodying or embracing your sexuality leads you to more options, or it leads you to a proper decision. Once you change direction and you get into this Queen of Wands mindset, I'm confident, I deserve this. Yeah, look at me, I'm sexy. Like this queen is very provocative with her black kitty there, and she's sitting with her knees apart. Like, this is a very provocative queen. And Justice, that's like, That's how we get to where we're supposed to be for some reason. It's putting ourselves out there confidently, owning our sexuality, embracing our natural sort of beauty, our chemistry, but having courage to see beyond a difficult experience. Someone's been through a difficult experience, and it's the courage to see beyond this, but to also make changes, right? I'm feeling like there's legal repercussions here, though. I have to say that I think somebody gets involved, and it's not just the family or loved ones or friends or whatever, neighbors. It is the law. I have to say that I think maybe because that is objective. It's something is going to reach. I'm curious when this candle burned out. Something's going to reach a point where an agent of justice gets involved. You might feel so helpless that it's out of your hands. Somebody might have to move back home. Now, why is this magic of nature here? Because it's such a positive card. But the magic of nature is that it's scary sometimes, and the weather can change on a dime. Like how terrified you can feel during an intense thunderstorm to the relief when it ends. That's kind of what it's like, the weather. Like, and you might notice that the weather aligns with these events. I was in the hospital last week with my dad. He's okay. He's okay now, but and he's out, and that's great. But I was with him, and I heard one of the nurses in the hallway ask, "Is it a full moon? Because what the hell is going on today?" And it wasn't a full moon. I wanted to rush out and talk to her about that, but I didn't. But yeah, like that, you know, the way that these events kind of follow the weather, that was such an unnecessary tangent. Ten of Swords. Too much. Don't rush into taking on too much. You have to maintain your balance and remember the rules given to you, perhaps. With Queen of Wands, you're overly confident. Knight of Swords, you're eager to get back into something. But Ten of Swords here says, like, chill out, please. You've burned yourself out, and it's like a point of no return. So please pay attention to this figure. You don't want to be like this. Oh my goodness. I want to keep pulling cards for you, but this is, I know that it's repetitive at a certain point. Someone has been kicked out of a home. Someone is going to have to find somewhere to live. It's just accumulated to the point where it's unignorable. Someone is going to have to pay, either financially or, you know, in a bigger sort of conceptual way. They're going to have to pay, you know, deal with the consequences, and make things right. So we do have two cards of balance. I like to see that there are two cards of balance with scales specifically, but like somebody's got to catch up on bills. Somebody has to clean up a mess, take better care of themselves, take their life seriously, find some grounding, let go of what was, welcome what will be, see themselves as worthy of the future. But remembering also that moderation is important here. There's a limit. We don't want to tip the scales too much. The scales have been tipped enough. It's time to get those back. So Aries, if you'd like a personal reading, my website is below. It's queenofpentacles.ca, and I'd love to read for you. I've got lots of different readings available, all different kinds of readings. Let's see. Thanks everyone who has booked with me. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for keeping me busy. Thank you for watching these videos. I'm sorry that I've been so absent. I've had a lot of things going on. I'm more demanded at my day job than I thought I would be. I was hoping to focus more on tarot, but when I do have time for tarot, I have to focus on client readings. So I'm not as visible on YouTube right now, but there's a season for everything, and I think that maybe it's something I do more in the winter. And now that the weather's nice and the world is open again, as opposed to the last few years, it's a lot about, participating in community and getting involved and just having fun and making hay while the sun shines. So my friends, have a wonderful month, and I'll talk to you soon. Welcome to your reading for Gemini season. I just realized that I've reached the end. Thank you for being here. Thank you everyone who has booked readings with me, who's donated to the channel, who helps feed me and who keeps me busy, who keeps me believing and joyful in all these wonderful things I get to do. Thank you. If you'd like a personal reading, my link is below. The website is queenofpentacles.ca. I've got lots of different readings available. Taurus. Jupiter is with you now, so congratulations. There's lots of great opportunities with that expansion. Just feeling good. Jupiter tends to bring a general good feeling about where we're at and where things are going. Generally, the economy could flourish. Generally, the earth and food, things could kind of balance out now, but there's also an increased focus for many of us on self-sustenance, self-sustainability, gardening, growing our own foods. It's becoming a necessity, right? Pluto in Aquarius is also teaching us that we can rely on ourselves for certain things and that we have to. It just makes sense with the way things are going in the world. So Taurus brings that focus on the here and now, to our physical reality, to creation, to abundance, to peace, to stability, to trust, to romance, to, I heard sexy voices. Taurus, let's see what's coming up. Gemini is also your second house. So there's going to be a focus on money. And because Jupiter is in your sign, I just think this is going to be a really big time of growth for you. Opportunities, money, luck, blessings. Some of you might win the lottery. Win a little bit anyway. Taurus. Visualization. This is lovely because it takes me back to the Libra reading, actually. They also had visualization, and you're both ruled by Venus. I'm sure you're sick of hearing that because everyone lumps you together, but there's something very powerful with Jupiter meeting with a Venus-ruled sign that allows you to create the life that you want, that you see, but you do have to spend time seeing it in order to create it. So take that time to imagine. Take the time to daydream before you go to bed. I used to do this and I kind of stopped for a while, but I just envisioned the life that I saw for myself in the future and who was there with me, what it looked like, maybe what I was doing, or, just little things. Visualizing. You can do it on paper, you can do it on a bulletin board in your mind, Pinterest, whatever. Visualize. If you need to heal the body in any way, visualize healing, white light, going to that area, protection, visualizing an aura of protective white light. I do this as well. Okay. Seven of Wands. Why not? You're trying to visualize how to simplify your life. You don't want to fight everything all the time. You don't want to be directly involved with everything all the time. You might feel like you have to defend yourself right now, or that you've got so many things on the go that it's just becoming overwhelming, and you're starting to resist it. You're starting to fight it. You're starting to look at these things as a nuisance or interruptions. So you're starting to push things away from you what you need to do is just scale back a little bit, slow down, close your eyes, take some notes, maybe write a poem. Just take some notes though, written word, I promise you, write things down. And when you write things down, because, you know, Gemini season, the mind is like so active, right? It's an air sign and everything is buzzing outside. So it's a very kinetic season where we're very on, and it can be hard to sleep. And that's kind of how the mind is working at this time. But when you stop to write something down, you cannot record everything that your mind is thinking. So there's a judgment process where you have to filter and decide what's important. So that in itself, when you look back at what you chose to write down or what you remembered when it came to having to really write it down for the record, that is what shows you what matters. And this is where you can slow down as well. It helps you sort out things visually when it's written down. It's in front of you and you can, oh, there it is. There's complete, in progress, redo. You know, you've got your list and it simplifies things for you. And then the Ace of Wands, you know, you wake up feeling rested and ready to, you know exactly where you need to point that wand today because you've taken the time to simplify and to figure things out. I think it's a very creative time. I am seeing performances. I'm seeing stage, theater, poetry, speeches of some kind. A lot of you are able to now take your power back and use your energy when and where you choose to use it, not just because everything is coming at you at once, where you didn't even have time to put matching shoes on. You just had to jump up and get into action. You've kind of neglected yourself a little bit. So here we are just getting some rest and, you know, feeling rejuvenated and then seeing a green light once more. Yeah, things are going to pick up. It seems like you want to reach out to somebody. It's go time. It's like I'm seeing not a joystick. What do you call it? Oh my God. Why can't I think of it? You know, when you're driving and you've got that a gear shift. Thank you. A gear shift is what I'm seeing. And it's like, boop, drive, boop, go, green light, go. All of a sudden, okay, it's takeoff time. Like there's a race. So, but it's more direct. You see all of these things are going in the same direction now, as opposed to before it was all jostled and coming up every which way. You didn't know where to turn or where to look. But now that you've taken the time to sit down, Four of Swords, and just visualize and write things down and think about what you want to say, what you need to say, now you can very clearly, all these points will land. This investment, your posts, like it's going to land. It's going to land, and it's more, there's more flow. It's more natural. It's controlled, but it's more natural, or it feels easier, I should say. I think you also have the strong gift of, there seems to be spirit guides, higher self. It could be someone who's watching over you, your guides, some energy that is of a different realm, let's say, is communicating with you, or you're able to reach a higher mind, you're able to reach a higher place. So it's takeoff time. I think a lot of you could be packing a bag, planning where you're going to sleep, you're going to book a hotel, you're going to go on a trip. I'm seeing a lot of travel, I'm seeing suitcases, I'm seeing travel, I'm seeing a lot of shows and dancing and music and poetry, and a very true communication of the heart. Oh. Someone has passed away and they are visiting you. You can recall them, you can see them, you can communicate with them. You are communicating with this. I do specifically see a funeral procession, and I see you're communicating with this person after the fact. And I'm hearing for you that this is a double-edged sword, because as much as you still want them to be around, it also hurts to see them, to visualize them again, because if they're not quite fully there, you're able to communicate, you're able to speak to them, maybe in dreams, maybe in waking life, but you're able to communicate with them, but it also fills you with a bit of sorrow, because you know it's not fully them the way that they were. But it's a gift to see them, isn't it? It puts a little spring in your step. Like, it's magical when that happens. When my aunt passed away a few years ago, a lot of family stuff going on, and unfortunately I was not able to see her before the end. And I've always carried this immense remorse. But I did what I thought was the right thing to do for other people at that time, not what I wanted or what she wanted. And Saturn in Pisces, we reflect on the reality and the consequences of sacrifice. But she visited me in a dream. She visited me twice, but the one that really stood out to me was, I was afraid, all this knocking at my door. It was like all these figures like knocking at the door, and I couldn't let them in. I didn't want to. I couldn't stand it. And then suddenly she got in. I don't remember how she got in, but she was there, and she kissed my cheek and she said, "It's okay, sweetie. It's okay, honey." And I haven't seen her since. But that was such a beautiful moment for me. And I say this because I want you to know that you're not alone. And also to know that you can be visited when these things happen, to have that conversation. Often people, oh fuck, here we go. Okay. I'm just realizing also someone else that had visited me in a dream. Soon after they passed, they visited me in a dream. And I was able to say what I didn't get to say, So in waking life, the ether, whatever, you're able to say what you needed to say. Sorry if I, introduced some heavy stuff there, but I think, it's important to talk about what we go through, because everyone goes through these things. And now I'm tasting, it's a mechanic shop. It's a mechanic shop, specific, like tires, the rubber and oil kind of smell. Page of Swords. Might make you a little nervous too when they show up too. You might go, "Oh my God, was that, did that happen? Did you see that?" And you're like, whoa. You're a little bewildered. You're kind of surprised, but also curious to explore more. Now that story is not relevant to everybody, but someone needed to hear it. A lot of you looking at schooling, looking at a class, maybe something to do with flight attendant, pilot, gear shift. You're in control, but you're bringing peace to others. You've got that stability, but you can also take charge. You seem to be reaching out and like nervously waiting for a reply. And I also heard for a supply. So let's see, what can I look forward to, Taurus? What can I look forward to? Knight of Wands. You can look forward to the energy picking up. You can look forward to purpose. Something that gets you out of bed in the morning, that makes you excited to get up and participate. It's like, I've got a reason. I've got something I got to do today. You wake up with that urgency, that adrenaline, that joy to partake, to jump into action. There's something that will require quick activity. If you are working maybe as a paramedic or some kind of like first responder, thank you for your service also. This is my civil hero card. People that are out there every day, putting themselves in dangerous situations. They've got the ability to do it, but they take care of others. A lot of strength in that, a lot of energy. Because you're not just doing the job, you're also mitigating other people's emotions, expectations. But that's why a lot of people that work in healthcare or in like the police force, or I guess paramedic is healthcare, firefighters, like they're kind, but they have to disassociate or remove emotions, because like when I saw my dad in the hospital last week, they were hesitant because of where he was about letting visitors in, but they made an exception and let me in. And I was so grateful, you know, and as I was leaving, I said, thank you so very much. And they're just like, yep, okay, you have a good day. They can't get emotionally involved, because if they did, they would crumble under the weight of their job. So this is about seeing the purpose of something and where it needs to end up, rather than the immediate emotion of the circumstance. Put these ones back. There's way too many that came out. One more for Taurus. This excitement. Oh yeah, look at the growth. Looking for a new location. A lot of you could be moving, taking off, buying foreign property, maybe getting into real estate. There's a seed here. You're experimenting with something. You're practicing. I'm getting that 6 months, everything's going to start to flow. Things are going to settle in 6 months. Knight of Wands, I don't know, travel as well, moving, a change of residence for some of you. Would you be moving? Because I see that for a lot of you. There's a huge change of scenery, and that's why you have to visualize where you want to be. And then you start to see proof of it. It gives you a purpose when you visualize. Something is going to spark and give you this purpose and this like forward momentum, and it's pumping you up, and it's so exciting. And then you get into this really great flow, and then you start to see the evidence of something growing and growing. And it's like, okay, I can't just do this. It's like if you have a child or you live in a little apartment, it's like, okay, we're growing. I think it's time to move to the next level. It needs more space to grow. I can't just have a little balcony garden. I want a whole backyard of food maybe, or something like that. Like you're looking for a bigger space to fully do the work that you need. And that also requires more input, output, more armor, so to speak, protective gear, maybe a team, but there's something really coming together here. So it'll be, you'll see the proof of something, proof of growth, and then time to kind of settle in, settle down. Maybe somebody's going to visit you in a dream and ask you to bring them something. Put it on their, could be putting it on their grave, putting it on, you know, like visiting someone and placing it. I'm kind of seeing that. Don't let the weather hold you back. You know, I do think that if you're traveling or moving, something about the weather could interrupt, because it feels like you're weathering a storm. And as a result, you might feel like you're not making as much progress as you thought you would have by now. But I promise you that you will. You just got to be really patient and protect yourself as well. Taurus, I'm going to leave that there. Thanks everyone for watching. If you want a personal reading, again, website is below. It's queenofpentacles.ca. Tons of different readings available. If you have booked a reading with me, thank you so much. Thanks everyone for donations and for still having an interest in tarot, for as popular and as watered down as it may feel like it is sometimes. It's really great that, I mean, I love cards. I always will. So, you know, let's keep it alive. Thanks everybody. Have a wonderful season, and I will talk to you soon.